Good morning. Good morning and welcome to our July 7th Planning Commission zoning hearing. Before we get started with our agenda, we do have an invocation from Pastor Matt Nelson of Stonebridge Church. Is Pastor Nelson here this morning? Thank you. Please go ahead and come up, Pastor Nelson, and give the invocation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for inviting me this morning. It's an honor to be here. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this moment and for this opportunity that you've invited us all to serve together towards what is good, what is just, what is fair, and what is loving for one another in our county. And I ask this morning, you would give every decision maker in this room your discernment, your wisdom, your ability to hear those that have come to present this morning and for them to hear one another this morning. Where there's ambiguity, we pray for clarity. And where there's disagreement, we pray for collaborative unity. May you bless the work of this commission this morning and guide them in their decisions that are a blessing to all of our neighbors in our county. And so we pray all these things in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Nelson. At this time, if you could please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I will call our July 7th meeting to order. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to lead us off for our agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person here wishing to speak on the case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side gets 10 minutes and it doesn't go over 10 minutes. So you want to convey all your information to the board within your time period. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There are a few cases on today's agenda which have been continued by the staff or Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z1 of 2026, Francisco J. Garcia Sanchez. This case was continued by the staff until the September 1st, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z1 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z13 of 2026, Presswood Companies. This case was continued by the staff until the August 4th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z13 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z22 of 2026, The Haven and Eastside Inc. This case was continued by staff until the August 4th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z22 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z27 of 2026, KRG Development LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the August 4th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z27 of 2026 will not be heard today. And finally, SLEP 6 of 2026, Wollaston Enterprises LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the August 4th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 6 of 2026 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request this morning to continue one other case. The applicant would like to continue LEP 6 of 2026, Tasha Tobert and Alicia Steele, until your September hearing date. There is a little bit more work they need to do, Madam Chair and Board, so the staff would ask you to continue LUP 6 until your September 1st hearing date.
All right, we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Before we make a motion, Madam Chair, Mr. Peterson, I was under the impression that Z28 is also being withdrawn as the applicant is changing their zoning request.
Well, and I heard rumors about something regarding that, but I've not seen a letter or anything from me. Let's go ahead and continue lump 6 first, and then we'll talk about Z28.
Very good, thank you.
Can you ask if there's opposition?
Okay, is there anyone here opposed to LUP 6 of 2026, Tasha Tolbert and Alicia Steele?
Okay, thank you. Move to approve the continuance.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, LUP 6, 2026 has been continued to our August meeting.
Okay. Is the applicant here for rezoning case Z28 of 2026, Connor Thorpe? Please come forward. Hey, just go right there. And I guess, is the applicant wanting to continue this case or withdraw this case?
Yes, my name is Will Summy. I'm with Elite Engineering here on behalf of Smith Douglas and Connor Thorpe. They notified me, I'm one of the civils that works with them, and they notified me that they did want to continue this case. And so they asked if needed that I stand in front of the board and make that known that they did want to continue to the next hearing date.
Okay, so they want to continue it or withdraw it?
I believe they want to continue it.
Okay.
Was the wording used.
So that would be a request to continue it until your August 4th hearing date, planning board.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
You have a second from Commissioner Boyd. Any discussion? Call the question. And 5-0 to continue Z28 until the August planning meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we begin the consent agenda, I do have a couple more announcements to make. I would like to ask the audience today, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phones. When the phones ring, it does interfere with broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chair and Board, I did get one request for one early head count. That's for a rezoning case, Z21 of 2026, Branch Acquisition Company LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z21? Please stand up and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 13 people here opposed to rezoning case Z21. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z21? Please stand up and raise your hands. We have 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here in support. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please proceed.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for July 7th, 2026. LUP 13 of 2026, Rebecca Yan, requests a temporary land use permit to allow the growing and selling of cut flowers in land lot 157 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of County Line Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, no commercial deliveries after sunset or before sunrise. Number 2, sign rendering to be approved by the district commissioner. Number 3, clients to park in the driveway. Number 4, maximum of 5 clients per day by appointment only. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 6, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 7, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 13?
I don't know if I'm opposed or not because I just came to hear what she had to say about the whole
Okay,
I'm gonna say yes for what you just said, yes.
so you're opposed to it?
Yes.
Okay, so we have one in opposition, so pull that off consent and go to the regular agenda. And in the meantime, I'll encourage you to talk to the applicant, you know, outside in the lobby to kind of find out more about it.
Do I speak?
No, not this time. Okay. So with that, we'll move on to the held and continued cases. Okay, first case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z17 of 2026. Hayro Murillo request a rezoning from R20 and R30 to R15 OSC for a residential subdivision in land lots 768 and 817 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Old Canton Road and on the north and south sides of Clackham Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z17? Please raise your hands. 3, okay. Let the record show there's 3 people here opposed to rezoning case Z17. All those who would like to speak for or against this application, please come forward to be sworn in. Okay. And for rezoning case Z17 of 2026, I got to show people here who are in support. Please raise your hands if you're in support. One in support? Okay. Let the record. 2?
Support.
Okay. Let the record show there's 2 people here in support. Madam Chair and Board, they're waiting on their engineer, so they want to know if we can go on to the next case and come back to that case.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right, next case is rezoning case Z21 of 2026, Branch Acquisition Company LLC. Request rezoning from HI to RRC for a mixed-use development in land lots 894 and 900 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of Atlanta Road and Plant Atkinson Road. And earlier, there was 13 people here in opposition and 2 in support. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against Z21, please come forward to be sworn in.
Yeah, just go straight with this. Morning, how you doing? Good, good. You may want to just, I'm gonna go for about 10 minutes. So you can do it. I thought they were gonna start all in one. Right, he will do that right there, yeah. Thank you.
All right, great. I think they've all been sworn in. Good morning, Mr. Moore, you may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore. Pleased to be here and representing Branch Properties in this application for rezoning for property located at the intersection of South Atlanta Road and Plant Atkinson Road. This proposal is to rezone the property for a true mixed-use project. This property would be, if approved, developed for a community of a multifamily component of no more than 250 units, along with a mixed-use retail restaurant component of approximately 8,500 square feet. Just in terms of the layout and where that's located, you see the site plan on your screen. Along the top is South Atlanta Road. And then along the side of the project is Plant Atkinson Road. So this is at that signalized intersection of Plant Atkinson Road and South Atlanta Road. The mixed-use component, which is the retail restaurant, we ideally believe it will be a food and beverage restaurant and mix of some retail. That's shown in the hatched area, and that's a very intentional location. That's the location at that corner of the building, which also intersects with the Silver Comet Trail. The Silver Comet Trail is on the left-hand side of the site plan, as that trail will be improved and is planned as a major improvement project for the Silver Comet Trail that then comes to that intersection where you see our retail restaurant component, turns along Plant Atkinson, along our building, and then would proceed further south along South Atlanta Road. So that kind of tells you where this is situated in terms of the project and what's occurring with that major trail project. The building and project itself, again, 250 multifamily units, primarily 1 and 2 bedrooms. You can see this is done and proposed as a wrap, that is wrapping around the parking deck, the structured parking deck, which is in the center of the project. We also have 2 courtyard amenity areas. So this would be a fully amenitized Class A multifamily and mixed-use project by Branch Properties. A little bit about Branch Properties in case you were not aware. I believe they're certainly unparalleled in their ability to execute on mixed-use projects. They have done so across this region and have done so with projects that are of the highest quality. You have to look no further than West Village, which is just north on Atlanta Road across 285, is a Branch Properties mixed-use project that they have had and were the developer for. So you can see that they know what they're doing when it comes to executing and being successful for a mixed-use project such as what is being proposed here. And you can see that in these drawings, in the renderings that they have prepared. And I want to show you this rendering in particular because this is where I think the very focus of this proposal comes into play. This shows you that intersection I was talking about, the intersection of the Silver Comet Trail improvement, Plant Atkinson Road on your right, and you can see how we propose to interact with a patio feature restaurant, food and beverage opportunity that becomes a way to activate the trail. It comes about by having that interaction, a place where people who are using the trail and stop off. It's a place that becomes a trailhead. This is supposed to be a trailhead, and that's what's being proposed by Cobb County as part of this project. But instead of a few parking spaces, what we are proposing to do is take this trailhead, we would incorporate it into our project at our expense to build the parking that's necessary and activate that. Think in terms of the Beltline and where that has been so successful in the similar types of areas where you have a variety of mixture of uses, commercial, industrial, residential, and where that has been done very successfully for the enjoyment of residents of this project and residents in the surrounding community and those and the thousands that use the Silver Comet Trail that will now connect all the way down to the river. Continuing the renderings, you see now how that project comes forward to Atlanta Road, and you can see the type of quality that's being proposed here by Branch Properties. I really want to get to and speak a lot about two particular areas. Number one, the mixed-use area and nature of Plant Atkinson and South Atlanta Road, but generally the South Atlanta Road, as well as get into the trail itself. You see I've highlighted our property, that's in blue. That's the intersection of South Atlanta and Plant Atkinson Road. And what I've said is this is a mixed-use area. What you're going to hear from folks is, this project doesn't belong here. It's inconsistent. This is an industrial area. It's in fact far, far from it. South Atlanta Road, when you look at the overall area itself, you see a number of things. What you see is a mixture of residential, and I've highlighted and pointed out where that residential is located, a mixture of commercial as well as industrial type uses. Where our property is located, you can see the industrial buildings there and the industrial to our, I say the left, to our rear, but you see where I pointed with the red arrow on the left, the residential. That's residential that has been rezoned and approved and incorporated into this area that used to be largely industrial. Those were approved rezonings and approved developments where you have home ownership and where you have people that have come in and lived and continue to live successfully in this mixed-use area. That's what this area is. It's not an industrial area. It's a mixed-use area. And consistent with that mixed-use area, we believe mixed-use project here at this location is entirely consistent with that. As far as that industrial area, we have included as part of our stipulations, a stipulation which has a disclaimer as well as a disclosure to our future residents that would be a stipulation regarding the nature of the area. You see those oftentimes in real estate contracts. Here, we would make that a part of our leases and part of our ongoing operations and maintenance, as well as interaction with our residents. We put that specifically in there because when those residential properties were rezoned, the ones to the left that were rezoned nearly 20 years ago, they came in and were approved with a stipulation that we copied that was supported by this very same industrial area with that condition, and we've included that condition in our stipulation letter as well. But again, I want to also highlight the Silver Comet Trail. Absent the Silver Comet Trail, I don't believe we would really have this project being proposed. The Silver Comet Trail improvement project that Cobb County is undertaking to the tune of millions of dollars continues the Silver Comet Trail right next to this property, up Plant Atkinson, and then down South Atlanta Road. That Silver Comet Trail is going to bring thousands of residents continually through this same area. From my standpoint, that tells me that Cobb County says this is an appropriate area for thousands of residents per year to come through and be a part of and enjoy what the Silver Comet Trail provides. To then say, on the other hand, that our project, a mixed-use development that will have residents here at this location that will activate and engage with that trail is somehow inconsistent with this very same area are two concepts I think are entirely inconsistent and cannot be true at the same time. If this area is appropriate for the Silver Comet Trail, for Cobb County to invest that level of money in funds, then it's appropriate for this project as well. If we're going to have a successful Silver Comet Trail and provide that amenity not just for this area, but for the county and region as a whole, then we ought to be in the place of activating it and engaging it and creating a real place for people to have a trailhead, for people to be able to go, to be able to rest, to be able to grab a bite, to be able to grab a refreshment, and to enjoy that experience. That's what a trail does. Look no further than what's occurred at the Beltline. That's what a trail does. If you activate it and you create that sense of place, it can become highly successful and a successful experience for those using the trail and for those living adjacent to it. And that's what this shows you. That shows what's occurring here. And on the flip side of that, this trailhead that's supposed to be at this location that Cobb County is going to spend over $1 million to put in place here with the parking and trailhead location, Branch Properties is willing to take on that project and spend that money. We will improve our property to incorporate the public parking for the trailhead. We will, on our own dime and our own funds, spend the money necessary to make the connection for the Silver Comet Trail at this location, saving over $1 million to Cobb County. That's not insignificant. It's in fact very significant. And I just want to make sure that that's stated and stated very clearly, because it's a significant savings to Cobb County and to this project for us to take on that expense. Again, this project is not inconsistent with this area. This industrial area is not simply large industrial warehouses. Many of the industrial buildings themselves that are adjacent to us and along South Atlanta Road, some of them have already seen a repurposing. They're more office and retail. In fact, some of these industrial buildings have received zoning approval to include the ability to have retail. So you see that occurring already in this area. That doesn't mean all these industrial buildings will suddenly be something else, and we're not proposing that. But what we are proposing is that this area is seeing a transformation and will continue to do so. The trail is the instigator. We believe we're consistent, and we hope you agree as well, and respectfully request your recommendation for approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. At this time, those that were in opposition, you'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak. Please plan accordingly to share your time among that 10-minute time period. So you can make your way up to the podium. Please state your name for the record, sir.
I'm Bill Milkey, Vice President of the Vinings Village Homeowners Association. I stood here 3 years ago about zoning case Z60-2022, a similar zoning case by the same developer in the same location. While this case is scaled back in retail and residential, it is actually denser in apartment units per acre and FAR. We supported the zoning staff report then that strongly recommended denial of that case for the same reason as it does now for this case. That Planning Commission unanimously denied the request. I wrote John Peterson a letter last week copying you, detailing our reasons for denial. The following three speakers represent major businesses that have been in this industrial area for decades. Development should not come at the expense of public health, appropriate land use, compatibility, and community trust.
Good morning. My name is Tom Gay. I'm chairman of Gay Construction Company. Our 55,000 square foot building, which we own, is located just across Atlanta Road from the Z21 site. From our location, we dispatch our dump trucks and our earth moving equipment on a daily basis, beginning as early as 5:30 a.m. and returning into the evening hours. We receive tractor trailer loads of construction materials that we fabricate and truck to our project sites. Thank you. Slide 2 shows a number of these industrial uses. Am I on slide 2? Is this slide 2? Yeah. I can't see it here. No, that's slide. Okay. Slide 2 shows a number of these industrial uses, and it shows the proposed redevelopment in the red hatched area. Directly adjacent to the left is the waste management transfer station, only about 300 feet away. Across from the site's southwest corner is the Quikrete concrete batch plant. Also, you will note Sterigenics, the Georgia Power coal ash fields, and the R.L. Sutton water reclamation facility nearby. This area is designated heavy industrial for a reason. It is dirty, it has very unpleasant odors, and it is noisy. The waste management building is constantly being filled with garbage of all kinds. Trucks deliver and dump the garbage into the holding building, and tractor trailer trucks later load and transfer the garbage to the landfills. Slide 3 shows the heavy truck traffic along Plant Atkinson Road. On the right, you see one of the many types of trucks that come to the transfer station. On the left, you see trucks that come in and out of the Quikrete concrete batch plant. Their ready-mix trucks start leaving the plant at early daylight, and the last trucks return well into the evening, 6 and sometimes 7 days a week. This is also the truck traffic coming in and out from Olympic Industrial Boulevard 24 hours a day. Olympic is directly across the street from the entrance to the proposed project. As zoning staff points out in its comments, the comprehensive plan's policy guidelines state, and I quote, "The primary uses within IND area are to be industrial and manufacturing, and not to be located immediately adjacent to residential uses." On slide 4, zoning staff says, and I quote, "To allow such an overly intense, even by RRC standards, residential development in a recognized industrial area would threaten the county's established industrial areas, as well as set up a potential future conflict between new residents and existing industrial users," end of quote. Finally, I will say that Gay Construction Company has operated here for over 20 years, and we have a very Cobb County-oriented company. Many of our projects have been and continue to be in Cobb County. Many of our employees and executives, including myself, reside in Cobb County. We are a heavy industrial operation, and we expect the Planning Commission to honor the value and the tax revenue that we bring to the county and not allow the certainty of complaints and conflict that would occur if apartments were built across the street from our location. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Burbine. I am the attorney for RTS Landfill, Inc., which is a subsidiary of Waste Management. As you've heard, Waste Management operates at 207 Plant Atkinson Road, which is directly adjacent to the property at issue. And Waste Management, as well as RTS Landfill, strongly oppose Z21 2026. I preserve my client's constitutional rights to challenge the decision in this case. I spoke in opposition to Z60 2022 3 years ago. Both applications involved the same developer, the same property, the same request to rezone from heavy industrial to regional retail commercial for a mixed-use development, and involved the same recommended denial by the zoning staff. And the Planning Commission also recommended denial of Z60 2022 at that time. RTS is the landowner. They operate legally in an area that's been zoned for heavy industrial use. You've heard that they provide waste removal and processing to Cobb County community, which is a vitally important and necessary service to this community. RTS is not moving or changing its operations regardless of the outcome of this zoning decision. It has invested significant money into the facility and is committed to providing essential services to the Cobb County community. The area is aptly zoned heavy industrial use. As you've heard, there are numerous businesses in the area that are all heavy industrial. The development of apartments, retail, and restaurants next to this waste management facility, as well as the other heavy industrial facilities in the area, is not a reasonable land use. People will be living and dining in close proximity to a waste transfer station that creates clashes of interest between the residents and customers and the existing industrial uses, and there is no adequate buffer between the two properties. And the RTS facility can be noisy. There are industrial vehicles that are coming and going with backup alarms and banging noises. RTS operates outside normal business hours. Its current schedule is Monday through Friday, 3 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 6 to 11 a.m. So not only will it be noisy at odd hours, but there are also traffic concerns for new residents and existing businesses. Increased traffic will cause interference between residential and industrial uses. And as you've heard today, the other nearby industrial businesses oppose this application. For these reasons, I respectfully request denial of Z21 2026. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jack Head. I own 3 industrial buildings totaling 170,000 square feet directly across Plant Atkinson Road from the Z21 property. I have owned these buildings for approximately 23 years. There are 6 industrial tenants in my buildings. Curry Express has a cross-docking facility in approximately 50,000 square feet. They are receiving tractor-trailer loads of merchandise from midnight until 6 a.m. in the morning. There are 30 to 40 vans that come and load, leaving from 7 a.m. until lunchtime. Builder Surplus has been a tenant for 22 years. This is an already well-established industrial area that is continuing to grow and succeed. 3 years ago, this Planning Commission unanimously denied a rezoning request from the same developer on a similarly proposed project. Since then, several new commercial and industrial tenants have moved into the area, demonstrating the viability of this industrial area. Randall Brothers in business since 1888, and Gunnison Tree Service in business since 1999. This corridor is a very vibrant area, largely because the location is so advantageous. It is 1 mile or less to I-285, 3 miles to I-75, and 7 miles to I-20. Rents are rising in the area, and the Olympic industrial area is 96% occupied. Owners, including myself, are investing new money in these industrial buildings. Industrial requires very few county services and is a healthy investment for Cobb County. This narrow corridor should continue to be industrial for many years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've heard from the applicant in opposition at this time. This is in District 2. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Michaeletto to help lead the discussion.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me now? Okay.
A little louder.
I'm getting closer to my microphone. Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's see, who do we start with? Is there anybody from schools here? No? From the school system? No? Okay. Just going to ask if they had any concerns, but nobody's here. All right. John just walked away. So, Mr. Peterson, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you elaborate on the comments from staff where it says design guidelines? I'm just wondering, so this is an established design guideline overlay for the Atlanta Road Design Guidelines, correct?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. Do you guys feel that it meets those zoning criteria? Is there something that's not meeting those criteria?
I feel based on the rendering that Mr. Moore presented, it probably would meet it. It may need a couple little tweaks, but I think generally it would meet it.
Okay, so it is meeting the Atlanta Road guidelines, okay. Is there another area that is of greater concern that is why we are recommending denial?
The staff did review this, and, there's no doubt that the applicant is a Class A developer, and they build the highest quality product. But we just felt like the location was not proper for this proposed development based on what's around it and what the anticipated uses are and what might be happening in the future. We just feel like there's going to be conflicts constantly between the residents and the existing industrial users.
Okay, so it's mostly location driven. Okay, thank you for that. DOT. Question for you, sir.
Wilson Collins, Cobb County Department of Transportation.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, on this new site plan, there is several recommendations from DOT regarding right-of-way, decel lanes, right turn lanes, curb and gutter, multi-use trail, all of those. Do you feel like those have been incorporated into the newest site plan? Do you feel like there's still areas that need work? Have you guys had ongoing conversation?
There is currently an ongoing conversation regarding an additional recommendation that DOT has for a right turn lane from Atlanta on to Plant Atkinson.
I'm sorry, you said from Atlanta Road into Plant Atkinson?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
And we're working through those conversations right now, and when we have a traffic study that is able to be satisfied, we're going to be able to come back and see if that's something that is going to be required or not. As of right now, it does stand, and it is not currently reflected on a site plan.
Okay, and just for me, did you say you're waiting on the traffic study, or you have a traffic study?
There is currently one from our office, but is not satisfactory right now, so
Okay.
We're waiting on our revision currently.
Making a note. All right, so we need our traffic study to be updated to study the Atlanta Road to Plant Atkinson. Have you been working with them? It looks like there is an additional decel lane in front of the neighboring parcel coming into the service drive. Is that required for this, or is that just a leftover? Is that something that the DOT has been requiring?
That is something that has been required. We've kind of gone back and forth as far as it being for fire access only or any additional services. And since there are additional services outside of just fire access only, that decel lane would be required.
Okay. Is there any other uses or any other issues or concerns that you guys have that have not been addressed?
I think until we get a satisfactory traffic study, it's kind of hard to say what that might look like and what conversations those are. But otherwise, I think I've encapsulated my comments otherwise.
Fair enough. I mean, you have comments written. I was just double checking. Okay, thank you. Do you have a question? Sure.
Wilson, can I ask you a couple of questions? Does the DOT track the number of trucks of certain classes as a percentage of the traffic in an area? Is that anything the DOT does at all?
I am not aware of a database like that.
Thank you.
I believe that's it for you, Wilson. Any other questions for Wilson?
I don't
DOT?
think so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Moore, can I have you step back?
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so my first question, I think you've already answered, but just going to confirm. You said your stipulation letter that we all received, that will apply to any residential leases moving forward? So the language about heavy industrial use, beeping, backing up, basically providing support for your neighboring industrial is in every residential? And then I noticed it said also marketing documents, is that correct?
That's correct.
Cool.
That's the same one that was used on the other adjacent, on the other side of Waste Management's site for the residential that went into that location.
Okay.
That was supported by Waste Management at that time.
Okay. And then, so my next question is, there are a number of DOT recommendations. I know in your STIP letter, you said you will comply with all of the written staff comments. Is there any that have not been included that were written in that document so far?
Right. We actually omitted stating that we were in agreement with DOT's comments yet because of the issue that Mr. Collins highlighted. That's the right turn lane on from South Atlanta onto Plant Atkinson. There's some, DOT had some comments back to our study as it relates to our study's findings that was not warranted or needed, and they had some additional comments that they have us do some calculations for the traffic engineer to look at, to look into that further. So that conversation's ongoing as to that piece of it.
Okay.
I mean, the traffic study was completed, been submitted, but that was a comment back for us to do further work from Cobb DOT.
Okay. So fair to say, if you have to add a turn lane, that's going to require some rejiggering to your plans?
It could, yes.
Okay.
If that's required.
Okay. This, on the plan that we currently have showing, there is a decel lane running in front of our neighboring parcel. Have you been in conversation with your neighboring parcels? Are they aware of this decel lane?
Yes.
Any feedback from them on it? Are they buying in?
No feedback from them. It's no negative feedback from them, no.
Okay. And you are replacing their curb cuts, it looks like, right? So there's not impeding. Okay.
Correct.
All right, this one might be harder to do, but I'm going to ask anyway. Can you walk me through the Comet Trail on this site plan? It looks like it's disjointed at the inbound and outbound parking deck access, and it looks like we're getting really, your rendering looks like we have a pretty decent landscaping strip between Comet Trail and Plant Atkinson, but on this plan, it looks like we're getting really close. Can you kind of confirm that it's meant to be contiguous, or is it meant to jog?
Okay, so the couple of things. So the access is on Plant Atkinson. That's where you would access, you see the drive into the deck from Plant Atkinson. So that's the full access for residents and visitors alike to the parking deck.
Correct.
So the access that's on Atlanta Road is emergency and service access only.
I guess I'm specifically speaking to the Silver Comet Trail, because it looks like it comes in at the top, swoops around, comes down straight, and then at that service drive, or at the egress drive, it like jogs. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
But I couldn't really tell because there's a lot of lines on this place. So
Yes. So as far as the Silver Comet Trail, there's that design, it just incorporates what design requirements are there for the trail. So it can safely traverse the entrance, obviously, at that point.
Okay.
So, I mean, if there's jogging in that, that's more, would be reviewed and finalized during plan review, but it's just showing that we're incorporating those trail design features in terms of widths and so forth that would have to be put in place.
All right, some more schematic than set in
Correct.
stone. Okay.
Right. 'Cause there's also a dedication of right-of-way that's occurring there as well. So you're seeing several different lines and notes pointing those things out.
There were a lot. I will agree with that. All right, here's where we get fun. You've asked for several reduced setback requirements.
Yes,
So let's start with the first one, which would be reducing the front setback from 50 to 15.
correct.
I understand reading through the design guidelines that the guidelines for the Atlanta Road Development Corridor say anywhere from 15 to 25. What, and you may not know, but what is the setbacks for your neighboring parcels? So the Englishman's property next door, those look to be 25 to 30, is that, do you know offhand?
I don't know exactly, but they don't appear to be 40 or 50 feet at all.
Okay.
So, and most of these adjoining buildings were built, decades ago, before Atlanta Road was probably even widened at this location. So that's not surprising to see buildings that close. And like you said, the Atlanta Road design guidelines actually encourage it to be oriented as we've proposed here.
Okay. But also safe to say, if the turn lane that is in discussion currently based on the traffic study, that would probably have to adjust because the turn lane would take your 15 feet.
There would have to be some adjustment potentially if it's
Okay.
ultimately required.
Okay. The minor setback, which would be the same between those two same neighboring parcels, going from 15 to 10.
Correct.
Currently, that service drive is showing, is that, I believe I just heard from DOT that that's fire access, but also likely tenant drop-off, move-in, big trucks. Is that,
So it's not tenant drop-off, it would be limited to services, your trash and other types of services, and then there would be some move-in or move-out that would occur through that access too. But primarily, it's just emergency and service access.
emergency and service, okay. Those same design guidelines say that the dumpsters must not be visible. Are the dumpsters in that location as well? Is that I think you just said trash services.
They wouldn't be visible because they're interior to the parking deck.
Okay,
or
is
the
there
building.
any plans for a wall or any kind of landscape buffering to protect the adjoining properties?
There would be some landscaping along that strip between the two properties, yes.
Okay. And the 10 feet is sufficient for turning and backing and beeping and all the things that would need to occur on that drive?
Yes, the drive, the drive itself, I call it the emergency and service access drive, yes, does meet all the requirements for turning movements and so forth for those vehicles, correct.
Okay. And then the last setback would be the major side road, which would be the Plant Atkinson Road, going from 25 to 10.
Correct.
So in those same design guidelines, they do require a 10-foot sidewalk, additional dining and landscaping spaces. So that side feels compressed to meet the guidelines. Can you walk us through why the 10 feet?
Sure. The reason for that is, number one, you've got the improvements that you were just referencing in terms of us bringing forward that trail and installing that trail through there. So that's where that area becomes compressed along Plant Atkinson.
Okay. And that 10 feet is to the property line, the dashed line, not including of the common trail. So the Silver Common Trail and those improvements would be outside of that?
Right. All of those
Okay.
would be public right-of-way at that point.
Okay.
That's correct. And again, the idea here is to actually engage with this particular tract, with Plant Atkinson and with the trail. So that's part of the visual appeal as well.
Okay. So the bigger question, I think we've heard this from others, is the increase in the FAR from 1 to 2.4.
Right?
It's a lot of people. Is there any interest or any ability to discuss that density?
There's always an ability to discuss it, yes.
Okay.
But the overall aspect of this is, while from a density or units per acre, the project previously was over 350 units, if I remember. So yes, it's a similar project, but it's much more reduced to this parcel.
Okay. Those are my questions I think I have for you. Does anybody else have questions for Kevin?
Thank you for your questions.
Yeah.
I just had one question or ask for you to give some comments around, of course, what we've heard from a lot of the business owners that are in the area today. Just wanted to get your feedback of their comments around, of course, the heavy industrial use,
Sure.
the potential conflict, and staff has brought this up as well, that could be, I guess, could grow with this number of residents added to that area. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, thank you for that opportunity. Can you flip it back to the GIS zoning map? And just go a little bit out. Oh, yeah, he's got it. There you go, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to highlight it again. So yes, you see where our property is highlighted there. Directly across the street, directly across South Atlanta Road, is Fee Simple Townhome Development. That finds itself in the exact same positioning, adjacent to light industrial and heavy industrial area. And then all of the additional residential that's there, the RA5 residences, those are single-family detached homes wrapping around a light industrial zone property that fronts along Atlanta Road. Likewise, if you pull back to the left-hand side, you see the RM8 that was approved, those RM8 subdivisions, which are townhomes, as well as detached homes in certain areas, but those are primarily townhomes. Again, nearly completely encircled by light industrial and heavy industrial, and also adjacent. So the point I'm making is simply this, is those have been highly successful residential locations where you have home ownership and people have bought, sold, made money selling, appreciated home values, and the conflicts do not seem to appear to have caused a major disruption and problem in terms of the items or concerns that were expressed by our industrial neighbors. We certainly understand that they want to make sure that they protect their businesses, and I certainly support that 110%. But residential has been proven by what's occurred here has not created the conflict that has caused the generalized fear that you're hearing from them today. Their businesses, if they're thriving, that's fantastic. We'd love to see that continue. But there has been some transformation of those businesses as well. Some have occurred, some have not, but that's perfectly fine. What's happening in this particular area is they're coexisting, and they're coexisting and succeeding. That's what happens when you have a highly urbanized location like South Atlanta Road. You're almost to the river and you're almost to Atlanta. So this is a highly urbanized location.
Thank you. I didn't have any further.
Yeah, a follow-up to that, Mr. Moore. What actual, and I was struck by the prayer this morning that we should be talking about listening and collaborative unity, but what actual discussions have been had with the business owners who were here today, who were close by? Mm-hmm. And can you also tell us about what a water reclamation facility does and why it's not a potential source of harm to people? Sure. Because I know there has been some litigation over uses in the area that the county engaged in, and correct. I think that points to what a potential conflict might be. So I just want to know what collaborative endeavors have been made to have talked about these things rather than just today here out in the open.
Sure. We have not had an opportunity to speak with our industrial, or I'll call them business owners, that you heard from this morning, and certainly we'll reach out to them and be happy to have discussions and conversations with them. As for the water reclamation plant, that is not necessarily some sort of inconsistent damaging use. And I want to point out, we can look right here at this GIS right now. So that plant is to the right in that area. And then just above it, you see the residential that's all R30 and R20, but it's R30 where you see Polo Lane. And that residential that runs right up next to that water reclamation plant, that's some of the most expensive residential property we have in this county is on Polo Lane. And they don't have a problem with it. So what I'm looking at is not simply what is my opinion about, is it harmful? I'm just looking and saying, that's the facts and circumstances.
Okay, what about the traffic? I mean, what they discussed was
Sure.
the nature of trucks, traffic, and the interference that might be caused, which would, in my mind, raise a question about why I want to run in that area. But what about that?
Sure. Two things, and I'll repeat it again. Those very same trucks and truck traffic and business traffic that's occurring is going down Plant Atkinson Road and Church Road through established now residential subdivisions and townhomes where you have residents to the left. Those same truck traffic come out at this intersection where you have a townhome development directly across the street that has at that very same intersection. More importantly, Cobb DOT and Cobb County has seen fit to say that the Silver Comet Trail, the largest trail that we have in this area, they've seen fit to say what we need to do is expand and create a trail improvement project for the Silver Comet Trail to come up Plant Atkinson and turn at this intersection and go down South Atlanta Road. That tells me that Cobb County believes that having thousands of people walking and biking right on this exact same intersection is perfectly fine. So those answer the questions for me. I'm not up here giving you opinions. I'm just trying to point out what the facts and the circumstances are that say to me there's not an inconsistency there.
Can you also tell us the status of the traffic study that was referenced here today?
Sure. Yes. So traffic study process, our traffic engineer submitted their full traffic study. It's in the DOT comments, but it was submitted, say, 4 weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago in full in June. The DOT reviewed it and has come back with comments as of last week, end of last week. Their comments are fairly limited in terms of what a couple of minor revisions. The one that Mr. Collins spoke of is the one issue where they came back and said, we need you to study the right-hand turn lane, and we need y'all to study that in a different way than our traffic engineer, because they want to see how that turns out to see whether or not the study says it needs to be required or not from their standpoint. So they want us to look at that again. So that's the issue that's outstanding on the traffic study that they've come back with. Everything else has been completed with that.
Thank you, Kevin. A few questions. You mentioned an incorporated public parking
Yes.
aspect in this project. Can you go into more detail on that?
Sure. So within our deck, we've set aside spaces per the trail project. I just want to give you an exact number. And I believe it's a minimum of 12 spaces that would be specifically dedicated as public spaces for part of the trailhead parking. In addition, we have the parking that'll be set aside for the retail restaurant spaces, some guest parking, and then you have the secured resident parking above that.
Okay.
So that's incorporated.
Would there be a charge for those 12 spaces to the public?
No.
Okay. How far away from the nearest point on the proposed site is the current Quikrete batching plant, if you know?
The Quikrete plant is, it was pointed out that I believe the gentleman showed it accurately, what's the various,
Okay.
I'd have to look at it again. But yeah, that was accurate as far as where it is. I mean, he showed it.
Okay, so I could just,
It's there.
I could just ask them about those and get those distances?
Yeah,
then?
what it is precisely, I do not know, but it's proximate. Sure.
Okay. Back in law school a very long time ago for me, less so for you, we heard about a doctrine called coming to the nuisance, but it's my understanding that that is no longer a viable doctrine in Georgia. To the extent that we're going to place residential uses near heavy industrial, are we creating potential liability not only for the existing uses, the existing industrial uses, but for the county? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. I would say to the extent that that's a concern, that risk already exists. The county has approved the RM8 and allowed townhomes on these adjacent to the very same industrial area. The county has allowed the FST and the RA5 adjacent to the very same industrial area, experiencing the very same, quote, conflict with trucks or industrial or business traffic. More importantly, the county has seen fit to do a major trail improvement project that will bring thousands of people along the Silver Comet Trail on an annual basis that will be walking and biking as well. So if the concern is there's a liability factor for the county, I would argue and state that you've already got it.
So my thought would be that if we're going to potentially create a liability or risk for existing property owners, that they should be compensated. That's my thought offhand, that the county shouldn't just come along and decide we're going to run a trail through the middle of an industrial zone and put industrial property owners at risk. I wanted your thoughts on that.
Well, I don't have any. I'm not an elected official, so I don't make policy and wouldn't want to comment on that. But I do not believe that liability exists for the county in this regard. So, but that's just my opinion. But again.
Okay, thank you.
With the anticipated increase in traffic per the improvement to the Silver Comet that you mentioned, I am a frequent person that goes to the Beltline, and are you proposing to create parking that might be similar to Madison Yards or similar spots that way? Because if we're talking about thousands of people walking and cycling, I don't know that 12 parking spaces would necessarily accommodate and or alleviate any of that traffic with what you've proposed. Is there anything else that you guys have considered with respect to maybe broadening the amount of parking spaces that, or making it all public so that, or a larger portion of it public so as to alleviate and or allow for more people to park and enjoy the trail?
Sure.
Proposed?
The spaces came from the fact that the county trail improvement project and creation of a trailhead here would put in 10 to 12 spaces. So that's what the county's project was. So what we were doing is incorporating that into ours. So that's where the number came from, because that's what the county had planned for this, and still has planned for this unless we move forward with this project. In terms of expanding that number, we're happy to have that further conversations. And the thousands is, like I said, on an annual basis. I mean, if you've been on the Silver Comet Trail, it's a very active trail all the time. And so that's not a made-up number. That's how many people will be coming through here to get to the river and back.
With that being said, I also frequent this well. I'm definitely an avid hiker and walker. And so with that, I do see the numbers in droves. It would seem that this would be a great opportunity, in addition to what you've already extended to help the county with its DOT challenges at that intersection. If your client and you were to look at another opportunity to expand that parking, because if we're going to invite others, I believe that would also create a hardship if, in fact, it were improved to have the additional walkers and bike riders, et cetera, but not have a place for them to be able to park while doing so.
Sure.
In light of the retail, because 12 spaces, and then I'm sure the retail is going to be paid after a certain, time frame, or there'll be limited time frame, and or a version of free and paid. So I just feel like with the number of people and in light of the improvements, I think it would be thoughtful to reconsider how many spaces we can make public.
We'd be happy to look at that.
Tagging on to what she just said, you were happy to have a discussion with the county about the Silver Comet Trail and the incorporation of their plans into your plans and vice versa.
Yeah, that's what our plan does represent, incorporating the county's plans into ours.
Okay, can you tell us about what discussions have been had?
We're aware, we've been provided the plans for what would occur on this property to create the trailhead, and what the specifications would be for the parking and doing the extension of the Silver Comet Trail through this Plant Atkinson intersection. So we've taken those and incorporated them into our plans as far as that goes. And they're aware of it, and obviously.
Okay, if they're
they like
aware,
that.
but has there been a discussion? That's
Yes.
what I'm asking.
Yeah, oh yeah. on that
Other than-
aspect.
Other than just you've received the plans and that kind of things. Has there been formal discussions? That's all I'm asking. Collaborative discussions.
Yes, on that aspect for certain, on all aspects, but yes, on that for certain,
With parks or with
DOT.
DOT? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks. I do have one additional question for John, if that's okay. Sorry, John, I missed this note earlier. Earlier, or in the staff recommendations, it does say that there was no ESA submitted. I did find one, so it may have come in after this report was issued. Did you guys have a chance to read the ESA that was submitted?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you have any comments related to that?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask him a question too? So on the Silver Comet Trail Improvement Project, we've heard from the applicant on that. Can you speak to the county's position on that?
With regards to the Silver Comet project, Commissioner Dance, I think the best person to talk about that would be our DOT representative, because that is a DOT project. So you probably need to call Wilson up to talk more about how they've communicated through the process.
You're on.
Wilson Collins, Cobb DOT.
Okay, I think you know the question, but can you give us the county's perspective on the Silver Comet Trail Improvement Project and how it relates to this proposal?
Yeah, as the applicant has said, the site plan provided does have a conceptual layout for the Silver Comet Trail that has been reviewed internally with the Cobb DOT staff to ensure from a conceptual level that it is appropriate and an amenable layout, and it appears so from a conceptual level. When we go into the site plan reviews, when I guess the further engineering to ensure that the design would work. I think it was, as mentioned, that crosswalk, I don't even think is shown on here properly. So, but conceptually, the alignment does work with the segment that is on either side of the trail.
Sorry. Can you provide us with some background? Because I don't think most of us know the development of the trail and why it is actually routed in that direction. Do you have the background information on that?
Connects to the Beltline in Atlanta.
Well,
so this is kind of like the missing link, I guess, as it were.
Is that all you have on that? Okay.
Can I ask for clarification or maybe shed some light on the question? I think what I'm understanding is there a reason why it's coming down Platte Atkinson instead of continuing down, say, South Atlanta and connecting in further down this loop? Is there a reason why the county decided this is the place to make the turn?
I do not have that information, but I believe that the Mountain to River Trail is on Atlanta, so that trail line already exists.
Okay, so we're going MTR to Silver Comet. Got it.
Thank you. So Wilson, have you ever been down to the Beltline at like North and Line, Ponce de Leon, that area?
I've run I'm a big runner, so I'm familiar with the Beltline and the Silver Comet, actually.
So I had a son that lived there for a couple of years at North and Line, and there was what I noticed when we went out and walked that trail in that area, there was a lot of traffic on that trail in that area, right by where like New Realm Brewery is, and they actually serve food there. It's not just alcohol. Is there any thought to widening the trails well beyond? Do you know what the normal width of these trails are?
10 to 12 feet is kind of the standard width, and they're proposing a 10-foot trail, which is in line with what that trail would look like, so 2 5-foot sections.
But my limited experience at North and Line was that there was way too much traffic there for that to work well, that you had people on, you know, a new thing, and I don't know if there's any regulation out there yet on this, but people on their powered up roller boards and e-bikes, and then you got walkers, and then you got kids and strollers, and you got bicyclists trying to do 20+ miles an hour, and 12 feet just doesn't cut it. Has any thought been given to having a safe project in a higher density area? And let me draw back and give you one other experience I have, and that is from my 3 or so years of riding bicycles on the Silver Comet starting in about 2019. There was almost no traffic once you got, say, 7 or 8 miles up into Paulding. There was very little traffic, mostly packs of bike riders going very fast. But the closer you got to Smyrna, you got a lot more traffic. Is that your experience as well?
Yes, yeah, I've definitely noticed when I run out on a Silver Comet further west, it's definitely more rural and beltline, and not a lot of access in between water stations and whatnot. The closer you get towards the city, the Silver Comet Trail is more conducive for runners. I think at mile marker 0, there's actually a restroom station right there, not water spigot.
But you're saying as of right now, the DOT has no plans to require the width of any connector to be, connecting trail to be wider than standard width. Is that right?
As of right now, that 10 to 12 feet is appropriate, Commissioner.
But you would agree with me, certainly at North and Line, there's a lot of congestion there, where the belt line crosses, goes by New Realm.
I would say there's at least one order of magnitude more congestion on a belt line than the Silver Comet Trail, absolutely.
All right, do you have any comments regarding relative congestion on the Smyrna side of the Silver Comet relative to West Cobb?
Much is in the same when you're running outside of Cobb County on a Silver Comet Trail. Just the closer you get towards the urban, suburban area, the more dense, and you kind of, the more runners start to come on, because there's more points to come on and off the trail.
So there would be some rational basis for my trying to make a case for a wider trail in the higher density areas.
I believe those thoughts have been considered during the design of the sections outside of this property and had been appropriately widened with.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm asking for a question. Can I ask the opposition a question? Or those opposed? Okay, fantastic. The attorney for Waste Management, Jennifer, may I ask you a question? Oh. Good morning. And apologies, I did not catch your last name.
It's Burbine, B-U-R-B-I-N-E.
Okay. That is not what I thought I heard earlier, so I'm glad I didn't say your last name. All right, so you've mentioned that you're currently, the Waste Management has no plans to change their operation, change the hours, change location. Everything is to stay status quo. We've also heard recently that that property does abut an R8 new subdivision. So how is the feedback going there? Have you guys had a lot of issues with the neighboring subdivision? Have there been issues? Kind of elaborate on that.
Honestly, I don't think I'm able to speak to that, but that's certainly something that I could look into with my client. That was the first that I've heard. I would need to confirm that property, if it's there, how close it is to the waste management facility, because I don't think that we know that.
Okay. Yeah, it does look, for all of this industrial, it is, based on what we saw here and some research I've done, it's completely ringed in R8. So I was actually curious to hear some of that feedback from the industrial neighbors of how it's going or what we could have done better or worse. And then have you had an opportunity to read the stipulation letter that's going into this proposed development?
I have not, and that was the first that I'd heard of that.
Okay.
So we certainly would look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I would would love to hear feedback on that proposed stipulation inclusion, and if you guys feel it needs to be adjusted or what would go from there. Would you be open to meeting with the proposed development team to have those ongoing conversations?
Certainly. I know that when we did this last time, 3 years ago, we did meet with them,
Okay.
but we're not able to come to any sort of resolve, but certainly would be open to, hearing what they have to say.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And you have a question?
Thank you. Can you give me the approximate distance from the nearest point of your facility to this site where the proposed rezoning would occur?
Not without looking it up. I know it was said earlier.
Are we able to go back to the map that was up earlier that showed a lot of the facilities? No.
I believe it was Tom Gay that had that information.
There you go.
I can't see that, but if would it be all right if I ask Mr. Gay? Mr.
Certainly.
300 feet.
It might be easier to see because there's a scale.
My understanding from Mr. Gay is 300 feet, and I believe that's correct. I just don't have that number written down.
Okay. All right. And I see on the same thing, it says closed Atlanta landfill. Do you know if that closure is permanent or temporary?
That I do not know. Is that something that's, I don't know if that's associated with waste management.
Does that have, I was going to say, does that have any impact on your operations there? Or do you have any idea on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, waste management is operating, continues to operate.
All right. Can you go ahead and make inquiry maybe
Sure.
as to whether there's any, I mean, not immediately, just should we meet again on this? Can you update us on whether that has any impact on your location there? You said there was no plan to close this facility.
Not at all, no.
And are you in-house with them, or are you?
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
outside counsel. Okay, so you wouldn't deal generally with issues if they received complaints. That would not be in your jurisdiction to deal with generally?
No, but that is a concern. I know that.
Okay, if you could maybe report back to us on that as well if we don't move this matter along today.
Are you asking how many complaints they've received so far, or?
Generally within a year.
Okay.
Yeah, from residential neighbors.
Okay, I can ask that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's going in line with the same thing I had asked for. Just what are the nature of those? How many and what's the nature of them?
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions? No?
Maybe Mr.
Okay, I'm going to bring up Mr. Gay. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Mr. Gay, may we have you as well? Mr. Gay? Sorry.
Hello?
Hello, good morning. So similar questions for you. I know that you were stating that you have a lot of heavy industrial traffic going in and out in the morning, dump trucks, construction equipment, those kinds of things. But it seems that there is this other townhome development on Stonehall that came up in the other presentation. How has your relationship been with that development? Are you guys having complaints? Have you had any issues with that development? Looks like they're right across the street.
No, not with those developments. The one that's on the corner there is surrounded by a very tall brick wall, 10 or 12 feet tall. And so it's isolated, both visually and from noise. And the entrance is well around on Log Cabin Drive. So, and the other ones that were pointed out are further down Log Cabin Drive. The entrances in and out of those are further down past the Boy Scout property and so forth. I didn't bring up that Perkins Diesel is our next door neighbor, and they have a yard full of diesel equipment that is trucked in daily also.
That's the building with the white roof that we see in this image?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
just adjacent to ours.
Got it. And then, same question that we asked of Jennifer, have you had a chance to look at the stipulation that was included in the letter that's going out to the lessees? I believe it says, all marketing materials, documents, contractuals will have this conveyance, kind of putting them on notice that they're in a heavy industrial neighborhood. Have you had a chance to
I'm
review?
sorry, we're hearing aids. Could you repeat that?
Sure. Have you had a chance to review the stipulation note, the blurb that's going into all the leases regarding heavy industrial use next to this development? Probably not. Okay.
No.
So we'll have a, okay. That was my question. Go ahead.
It's okay. Thank you. Sir, do you happen to know the distance from the Quikrete concrete batching plant to the proposed redevelopment, approximately?
I can't tell you the exact number of feet, but the entrance to their plant is just off the southwest corner of that property.
Okay.
It's on the same side of the abandoned railroad spur as the proposed development is.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what volume of production they have? Do they operate Monday through Friday at least, or Saturdays? Do you know anything about their production?
We were told by the representatives of Quikrete that they operate regularly 6 days a week and occasionally even 7 days a week, depending on the pours that they're supporting in the area and so forth.
These are the same folks that have the patches on the Braves jerseys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Head, are you, oh, thank you, Mr. Gay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. All right, so same question to you. Have you had a chance to, one, meet with the developer and have an opportunity to have conversations with them around the design? So that's the first part. And the second part was, have you had access or the ability to review the blurb that will be attached to all the leases and the documents and the marketing material regarding being next door to heavy industrial use?
I have not, I actually know Kevin, but we have not met to discuss this project face to face. And I have not seen the language that would be in the leases.
Okay. Would you be open to meeting with the developer to have this discussion? I mean, if you guys, your property appears to be the closest to
I'm the
this
closest.
development. Mm-hmm.
I'm right across the street.
Yes.
And, one thing that we haven't elaborated much on, and that is a concern I have. I have a lot of tractor trailers servicing a number of my tenants, and this entrance is going to be right across from the entrance going into Olympic Industrial. Mm-hmm. And most of these big tractor trailers that service my tenants, they have to swing way out. I mean, this is very common for these large trucks. These long trucks have to swing out to make the turn, heading back, back to the light to then take a left going to
285.
to 285. And that's a real concern I have is, you've got people coming out of the apartment complex, whether it's retail or they're resident, and are they going to put their blinker on? I'm just real concerned about that intersection right there. And it's probably only 200 feet from the traffic light. So it's not like we could put another light there. It's too close. We haven't talked about that at all, and I don't want to take up a lot of time on that issue, but that is a real issue I'm concerned with is there's a lot of activity on Olympic Industrial.
No, I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. It sounds like the DOT or the traffic study is still ongoing, so that seems like something that would be wise to be included in said study.
Right.
Oh, do you have a question? Okay.
Getting permission from the chair before I speak. Thank you. Can you go ahead and point out on this, since we have this map up, are you able to point out to us in some way which of these buildings are yours?
Yes. So I'm right across the street. That's a 22,000 square foot building.
Builder service.
Okay, there's builder surplus.
So that, right on that corner is two different tenants. I just got a brand-new tenant.
What do they do?
They're in the banner business. They're literally moving in 2 weeks. I had a furniture company there, and they were not successful. They're moving out. It's called Elevate Graphics. They're moving in. And then right behind them is a 60,000 square foot building. That's builder surplus. They have tractor trailers coming in, delivering to them, and obviously a lot of handymen. That's a steady place. It's open 6 days a week. It's closed on Sunday. Across is an 87,500 square foot building that I have 3 different tenants in. Curry Express is definitely the most active. Then I have a furniture called Beaux Arts West. It's a furniture location. They're just open on Friday and Saturday. And then I have a company called Southern Construction Fence, and they're pretty active. They put fencing in on construction sites. So those are my 6 tenants there.
Okay. And it appears we see some cars there in a parking lot, right?
Correct.
But can you comment on the relative mix of traffic in terms of trucks, tractor trailers, vans, cars going on Olympic Industrial currently?
So with Curry Express, they, as I mentioned earlier, they get their deliveries from 12 o'clock at night until 6 in the morning. So they have between 30 and 40 vendors, guys that have, it's a lot of independent delivery people come and pick up from 6 to usually about 11, and then they're out delivering. They distribute for like Blue Apron. They do these meal deliveries, so that's why they get product in. They also deliver for Office Depot and Office Max. So they get the product in, and then all these trucks are delivering the product out the next day. So that's why there's a good bit, tractor trailer activity from 12 at night to 6 in the morning, and then they loading the trucks in the morning. So basically that 50,000 square feet is what you call a cross-docking facility. We have dock doors on both sides of the building. The building's probably has, I think it's got maybe 14 or 16 dock doors.
Okay. And you said 23 years you've owned and managed these buildings?
Yes, I bought all these buildings from 2002 to 2004.
Comment for me, if you would, on any perception you have regarding changes in the area over that time frame.
I mean, I see, I mentioned how Randall Brothers moved in right down the street. They had been by the Coca-Cola headquarters for the last, 80 years, whatever. They have 3 locations in Atlanta, so they located they're just north of the sewage treatment plant off Atlanta Road. And then Gunnison Tree also is on Plant Atkinson. They've been around. I actually know the young man that started that company 6 years ago, and they're up on the hill. I didn't mention in my little presentation, but I also own a 105,000 square foot building on North Church Lane. And when we were here 3 years ago, I mentioned how, I was in the wholesale grocery business for 27 years before I sold it to a public company. They operated there until December of this year. And 3 years ago, we had an issue with the townhouses, old Atlanta Station, which they built that right next to us, and it is truly a 24-hour-a-day operation. And they have left to go to White, Georgia, but I'm dividing that building into a 2-tenant building. I already have the front 65,000 square feet leased out. They'll be moving in about 2 months. It's a company that's in the wholesale sink business, and but they'll have tractor trailers, coming on to North Church Lane. But if you remember, we've had 2 different times that I've personally had to appear before a judge in Cobb County with noise complaints, and each time, as soon as they know that we've been there since 1986, and the old Atlanta station was built in the late 90s, they immediately throw the case out. So we have had two situations of residences next to us complaining where I have personally had to go appear before a judge as the landlord, along with my tenant. But they were loading tractor trailers literally all night.
So you have had complaints from tenants regarding your industrial activities in that area?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. And are you concerned about the proposed density of this project as well as the residential nature?
Yes, I'm very concerned that, I mean, they've downsized it some, but the density is higher, and 250 apartments, 1 and 2 bedroom, we're probably talking 325 to 350 cars that will be coming in and out of that location on a daily basis, multiple times. I've got a real concern about that. I mean, I know we're not supposed to talk about traffic, but come there, and I'll host you with a cup of coffee and a donut any time in the morning, and I'll show you the traffic, how it gets backed up. People coming from Cobb County, cutting through on Plant Atkinson Road, taking a right on Atlanta Road. It is, and in the afternoon, it is crazy busy there from 7:15 in the morning until about 9 o'clock in the morning.
So you're saying wait till school starts in August, or I'm sorry, 1st of August now or last of July,
Yes.
the way it's going now.
August the 3rd.
So, and basically rush hour in the mornings, is it same in the afternoons or different in the afternoons?
Same in the afternoons.
Okay.
There are a lot of people come down that corridor heading into the west side of the city to work.
Thank you.
I just have one point of clarification. You mentioned the other warehouse on North Church. Do you have a stipulation in that with the old, I forget the name of the townhomes, development next door, old something or another, townhomes next door? Is there a stipulation in their covenants saying that they acknowledge that they were next to you, or would that have helped in that situation? So your property on North Church that
Correct.
abuts to the residential neighborhood,
Yes.
the residential, when it was developed, did it have any kind of stipulation or notice to those buyers that they were next to heavy industrial?
I'm not aware, they're townhouses.
Okay.
So you
don't know
our
for
building's
sure.
a pretty big building. There's no way they could miss it.
Yeah.
And we're lit up like Fort Knox because the kind of products we carried. Our trucks got robbed. I mean, we carried cigarettes, tobacco products. They had incredible security. We had great security for years. I mean, we had 24-hour security 7 days a week. And
Totally
that place
understand.
was lit up like you wouldn't believe.
So just going on notice based on visual, not notice based on written. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions? No?
No questions.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sarah.
Does anybody else have any questions? No?
No additional questions, I don't think, no.
Do you want to?
I think we need to probably have a motion on the table, and then we can have discussion around that motion and amend it or change it if necessary.
Okay. I would like to make a motion at this point. So the motion that I have is currently just based on the conversation that we've had today and the amount of back and forth and some clarity between all the parties involved. I think the best case scenario would be a 30-day hold to allow the development team to meet with the industrial neighbors in the surrounding neighborhood to ensure that everybody's kind of hearing each other and that the industrial partners have a chance to review the stipulation that's included to make sure that they feel like they're being protected in the fact that they are an existing use group that is not moving, and any potential development would need to put them on notice. I would also, in that motion, say in that 30 days, this traffic study needs to be further reviewed with DOT to ensure that the turn lane, if it is or is not needed, I would encourage the developer to also have a backup plan should that turn lane be required within a year. And in that same study, let's have them also include just the traffic both on residential people cutting through and those tractor trailers turning, and making sure that we have the proper widths to accommodate the existing industrial use. And then thirdly, working with DOT to ensure that the number of parking spaces provided for the Silver Comet Trail is adequate. It sounds like this trail has been out there for a while, and is 12 still the number that is needed to support that use? And is 10 feet still the required width needed to support that use? All right, that's my motion. Let's talk.
I second that motion.
We have a second from Commissioner Massey, and now discussion. Any discussion?
I thought it's one thing to watch it as a schematic on the screen, but I thought the idea of a site visit would be a good thing for us to engage in prior to the next hearing.
I don't disagree. I'm also curious, just for our staff, is to think about, City of Atlanta along the Beltline created a special use group called iMix, specifically targeted at putting industrial mixed-use groups together to support this Beltline theory. And if we are moving the Silver Comet Trail in that regard, is that something that we need to consider, at least language around, so that we can protect our heavy industrial users and our industrial users in the future as these things start to develop this way? I think this is probably the first, not the last, that we're going to see of this. You're so quiet.
No, no, I think that's a great comment. And to DOT, I mean, you're very important to this process. Thank you for all your comments. We're going to have to keep calling you up as we have more, projects, especially in this area, because as you can see, the mixed use of residents and truck traffic, it will continue to be an issue. So thank you for what you do, but we're going to continue to have your input. It'll be very important as we move forward to make sure that we are getting all of this right and making the right decisions. So we appreciate that. Any additional comments or discussion before we, Commissioner Massey?
I'm wondering if 30 days is enough time to do the things that you've requested. I think that the items, the list itemization that you listed is very clear, and it does give us additional context. I just wonder if 30 days is enough time to accomplish it.
Should we ask? You feel like it's enough?
The applicant feels like it's enough. Okay.
It's a tall order, Mr. Moore. You've signed on for it.
I just have one further comment. On a site visit, I would just recommend that be coordinated by staff so that it was neutral.
And that was staff coordinating a site visit for us as a commissioner, planning commission, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any additional comments on that, Mr. Peterson? No. Okay. All right, any additional discussion? Call the question? Okay, and so at this time, this would be Z21, 2026. It's held to our next planning commission with the appropriate action stated in the motion.
Okay, and Madam Chair and Board, I did get a note during the meeting that the one case that was on consent, the applicant has talked to the opposition, and they've explained what's happening, and now there is no more opposition to it. So I think we could add that one back to consent with one revision to the consent agenda.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and read it back in, and I need a motion to add to consent and then approve it as revised. Okay. All right, LUP 13 of 2026, Rebecca Gann, request a temporary land use permit to allow the growing and selling of cut flowers in land lot 157 of the 20th District. Property is located on the south side of County Line Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, no commercial deliveries after sunset or before sunrise. Number two, sign rendering to be approved by the district commissioner. Number three, clients to park in the driveway. Number four, maximum of 5 clients per day. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 6, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 7, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 13? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay.
Madam Chair, as this case is in District 1, is the only matter on the consent agenda is in District 1. I'm pleased to report. Move to approve.
Well done.
Move to recommend approval.
So we're adding it, we're making a motion to add it to consent and then approve it as revised.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, we have a second to add this back to consent. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, 5-0, that LUP 13 is added back to the consent agenda
As revised.
as revised.
You want to take a little break, or you want to keep going?
Do we need to, now that it's added to the consent, we need to approve the consent agenda, is that correct?
Yes.
So moved as
Okay.
revised.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Michaeletto. Any discussion? Call the question. 5-0, LUP 13 on the consent agenda is approved. Okay, at this time, let's take a 10-minute break. It is 10:41. Our clock back there is not working in the back of the room, but it is 10:41. Let's resume at 10:51. 10:51, we'll start back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're going to get back started. Hello, we're going to get started again. If you could, please lower your voices. We're going to go ahead and get started and get our agenda back on track. We have a very, very full agenda today, so I'm just kind of trying to keep us moving along so we'll be able to make sure that we address all the cases as soon as possible. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to read our next agenda item for us.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z17 of 2026. Jairo Murillo requests a rezoning from R20 and R30 to R15 OSC for a residential subdivision in land lots 768 and 817 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Old Canton Road and on the north side and south side of Clackham Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Please raise your hands. So we got 5 now. Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here opposed. Is there anyone here in support of this application? Please raise your hand. So we got 4 in support. All right, 4 in support, 5 opposed. All those who want to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Please state your name for the record, and you may proceed. For all those that are speaking, I guess in support, you have a total of 10 minutes if there is more than one person. So good morning to you.
Great. Hi, my name is Asia Mose. I am speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'd first like to start off just thanking staff and the residents surrounding this particular site for the collaboration and support as we try to work through all of the concerns and comments that we received during the last hearing. And so I think for the first slide of the presentation, if we have it up, I wanted to show the new site plan. Okay. So we can show that. Okay. Give me 1 second. We're just gonna... Sorry about that. So we are rezoning to R15. And so a few things that I do want to bring to attention and just kind of some changes from the last presentation. We did downsize the lot count. Originally, we proposed 20 residential lots, and now we're at 14. And that was just to help with some of the concerns that I'm going to go through later on in the presentation. And then we are also doing 19% impervious surface for this whole site on 11.81 acres. And then we also are proposing 3 stormwater management areas to address some of those stormwater concerns during the last meeting. And then I'll go through and show the site plan on the next slide. So here's our updated site plan. One of the other concerns and the reason why we downsized from 20 lots to 14 lots is because there were some current concerns about development within the floodplain area. And to address those concerns, the applicant was willing to remove some lots so that we are no longer disturbing this area, and we are keeping it as a protected area for now. There is a parcel down there that is currently landlocked. There was some discussion about maybe there was an easement, maybe there wasn't. The developer has chosen to just leave it as is for now and just focus on the northern portion of the property. There was also some traffic concerns as well along Clackamas and Old Canton Road. We are including right-of-way, donating right-of-way to the county to address some of the concerns about the current width of the road or the right-of-way. We are offering improvements along Clackamas Road. That shaded area, we're still waiting for some additional surveys so that we can show those improvements along the entire stretch of the road. So that is pending, but that is a promise on behalf of the client. Also improving the sidewalk along Old Canton. We did address some concerns from traffic that, to improve the turning radius coming in. We did that as well. So we really just took our time to try to address every single concern that we could as we, redid this site plan. Some of the other concerns that we had from the resident. So if you zoom in closer, I believe that's lot 10, the one that kind of goes at a diagonal. We do have Mr. Pinto, and I believe he's present at 1731 Canton Lane. He had some concerns, and so if you look at that little sliver right above that lot, that is where his property is adjacent, the property is adjacent to that little sliver, and so we chose to kind of leave that as a buffer area so that we can, give him some privacy and he's not directly adjacent to somebody's property. There were also some other concerns about a bridge across the creek that we used to have. We're no longer doing that. So those were majority of the concerns, and I'm sure we'll address more as we go into discussion. But I did want to go and talk about some of the things that weren't discussed during our last meeting, if you don't mind. We wanted to talk about the architectural character of what the applicant is proposing. So you can kind of see in the top right corner of this rendering what the ideal house would look like within this site. About 4,800 square foot size per unit, 5 bedroom, 5 bath. So very high end quality in this area with a target pricing of $1 million plus. And so just wanted to kind of show some examples of what the housing would look like. And so we can go to the okay. And so as we conclude, we also wanted to just talk a little bit about the applicant's experience. I know there were some questions surrounding, the applicant's understanding of what all would go into a project of this scale. And the applicant is fully aware of and they are committed to this project. They put together a very strong team during the timing of the last meeting to this one. And so they're very committed and very excited to hopefully, with your approval, get this project going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that was speaking on behalf of the applicant or in support of the project? Good morning again, sir. Please state your name, please, for the record.
Good morning.
before you
My
begin.
name is Jed Beardsley. I'm a commercial real estate attorney, and but I'm here pro bono today. I want to tell you just a second about myself, who I'm speaking for, and why this project makes sense to the residents who I'm speaking for. I've been representing investors and developers for over 40 years. I typically am involved with hiring zoning attorneys, And although I'm not per se a zoning attorney, I served on the initial zoning board in the city of Brookhaven for 5 years and rolled off as chairman. That zoning board had final authority, and their cases did not go to the commission. We were the determining factor. So I do have some experience in zoning and certainly in development. About just under 10 years ago, my wife and her son and his wife bought the house at 2817 Clackham Road. They invested pretty much their life savings in this little house and renovated it, and it's been an investment property for them ever since. That's changing because her son just completed his immigration to the U.S. and has been hired as a pilot by Delta Airlines. He started his training today, and next week he is moving into this house at 2817 Clackham. So with our time there, we've gotten to know our two neighbors on either side. So we're at the very front. We're at the very front of the project. My family's house is, can I point or something? My family's house is right here across the street from where the entrance will be to these three homes at the front. Having been there for almost 10 years, we've gotten to know our neighbors on each side. Rhonda Sykes has the larger lot further down the road. She's a widow. She's lived there 20 years. Adele Novin and his wife own the property on the corner. And we all support this project. And the reason is because it will bring Little Clackham Road into the 21st century. When we bought this house, my family bought this house, this road was in a complete state of disrepair, broken pavement, gravel filled in. There is no sanitary sewer, there is no stormwater facilities. Stormwater on Clackham is handled by a ditch. The houses are on septic. The road, the pavement, finally, after my wife begged the DOT, they finally came in and paved the road, but it's 16 feet wide. It's enough room for one car to pass safely.
Sorry, sir, we're just have run out of time. If the board's fine, we'll give an additional minute to your time. I said we just ran out of time. There was a total of 10 minutes for the those in support to speak, but I'd like to give you an additional 1 minute.
Thank you.
On the
So
clock.
this project we supported because it would put in, they're going to invest a lot of money in infrastructure improvements. That's why they need 14 homes. They need R15 to have enough density to pay for the stormwater, the road improvements, the sidewalk on Old Canton, the stormwater, the sanitary sewer line they're going to put in. All these things would help this little neighborhood tremendously, and widening the road to make it safer. And my stepson's prepared to live through all this construction, and still we support this project. And I also want to point out something that the lawyer didn't feel like saying, I guess, but I've seen a lot of out-of-state developers, Lennar, Fisher, Pulte, come in, do projects like this, then they're gone. This is a local developer. Murillo's are a local family-owned business.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is
Okay,
up.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, yes. Okay, that concludes the time for those in support and applicants. Those that were in opposition, if you would like to speak, this is your time now. If you make sure you've been sworn in first, I believe you have. You can make your way up to the podium. You have a total of 10 minutes to be shared amongst those that choose to speak. So please state your name for the record before speaking. Good morning to you.
Good morning. My name is Walt Strother. I'm a member of Brookcliff subdivision. I've lived there 47 years, and thank you for your time. This new plan was submitted barely a week ago. The site plan does not show topography lines, which avoids showing the actual slope of the land. This is a little misleading, and it doesn't show how the layout will work or will not work with the topography. The plan summary states 14 lots, but there are 16 indicated in the layout. She said that, the previous speaker said they would address that other 2 lots later. I'll address them now. The plan shows lots 15 on the northwest and southern side of Sewell Mill Creek. The total site is shown to be the same as the previous submittal. So lots 15 and 16 are presumably proposed to be R15 as well. Lot 15, midway through the power easement and south, is within the floodplain, so this is not allowable within the, without raising the elevation. That flood area volume would have to be restored somewhere else on site. This is not likely a viable lot. Lot 16 abuts Brookcliff. No setbacks or stream buffers are indicated south of Sewell Mill Creek. This lot shows no legal frontage or access based on topography in this area, along with stream buffers. Accessing the south side of Sewell Mill Creek would be incredibly challenging, even if the applicant could get approval to cross the creek. The slope gradient across the building envelope of this lot is 25% according to the county's GIS mapping. Yard setbacks are not shown for either of these lots. It's not clear whether or not they are still asking for any variances as part of the case. The stormwater pond that is northeast of the cul-de-sac is shown within the county's stream buffer. How would the stormwater be managed for lot 16? We're not sure. These are some of the general concerns we have. Protection of Sewell Mill Creek, particularly for downside properties. If grading is and around the buffers allowed and crossing Sewell Mill Creek is allowed, it is very important to properly protect the stream. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mike Cotty. I'm a local builder and developer here in Cobb County. I'm speaking out in opposition to the current plan as it sits right now. A couple of things that I'd like to kind of address first of all was that this updated site plan was submitted on Monday of last week, and I don't believe anyone has had a chance to review it yet. I certainly haven't seen any comments posted on it from Stormwater, DOT, nobody. So I'm recommending, that we deny it at this point just based on that, that we can't possibly approve something at this point that has, had no input from the county. A couple of other things, lot 1, 2, and 3, which are up by Clackham Road and Old Canton Road, don't have any type of stormwater management, or at least none that's indicated on this plot right now. And then the stormwater management area that's kind of down by the cul-de-sac, I think that's next to lot 11 right there. The detention pond is built inside of the stream setbacks. That's specifically not allowed. You can't do that in Cobb County. The presenter, I can't remember her name, the nice lady who spoke first, she had a very interesting choice of words where she said, okay, lot 15 and 16, which again is shown on the plat, they're saying that they're not going to try to do anything with that right now. That doesn't mean, that to me says that they are planning on coming back and trying to develop that land here in the future. And again, lot 15 is completely contained within the flood zone, so that should just be nixed and taken off the plat entirely, as it's not a viable lot to build on. And then lot 16 being south of Sewell Creek and being landlocked, again, there's just no viable way to access that lot for, not only the road, but also, sewer, water, power, gas, all the things that are going to be needed to support homes in that area. So if any type of approval is given, we would like to see those lot 15 and 16, deed restricted, so we can prevent development within the critical zones, within the flood zone for Sewell Mill Creek and its tributaries. And again, it's just, the people that live in this area that I speak for, we're not anti-development. We're not screaming at windmills, never build anything ever. What we want to see is reasonable development. And just because a developer comes in and says, hey, I need R15, does not mean that we have to grant that to them. I've had projects cut down myself or rejected as well. That's the way it goes. Given the nature of the entire area, not just Clackham Road, but everything south of it and to the right of it, R15 is way too intense for the character of the area. And so we're recommending that we stick with the R20 zoning. That would still allow them probably about 10 or so lots up there. That's, to me, seems like a reasonable development. And it seems like you could, do the infrastructure improvements that are needed on that kind of a budget. As far as, what they have resubmitted here, I went through and reviewed the past comments on the old site plans that were submitted, and a bunch of the comments still have not been addressed on the current site plan as it sits. So again, we're asking for just a rejection at this point, so the applicant can withdraw, work with the community members, figure out a plan that actually makes sense, that has a chance of getting approved, and then resubmit that at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any others from opposition that would like to speak at this time? Okay. This is in District 3, so I'll ask Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
Mr. Peterson, if you can help me. The recent site plan was submitted last week, and has staff review been completed and updates made?
The site plan was received last Monday, and it was distributed to county staff to make revised comments. I think we've gotten revised comments from one department. I think it was DOT, but the zoning staff has not had a chance to revise their recommendation and analysis of the case.
Okay.
I did ask the applicant to continue it, but they want to go forward with it today.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we hold this and that those meetings occur, and that the comments of both applicant and the opposition be considered by staff and their recommendations, and that everyone be prepared to be able to answer the questions at our next hearing. We'll just do it for the 30 days till our next meeting.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second? Sorry.
I'm trying to hit the button to talk, and it keeps making me vote. I apologize. That was not supposed to be a vote. That was, yes, I second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Michaeletto. Any discussion? I would just, I know you talked about meetings. It does sound like also the applicant and the other residents in the area could also meet. If they haven't already, they may have already met, but continue to have those meetings so that it is more collaboration takes place also prior to coming back to us in 30 days. So any further discussion? Okay, call the question. All right, in Z17, 5-0 is held to our August Planning Commission hearing.
All right. Next case on the agenda is LUP 12 of 2026. Juan R. Velasquez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles parked outside than the code allows in land lot A10 of the 19th district. The property is located on the north side of Pearson Road, west of Hiram Lithia Springs Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 12? None? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in to present their case?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Joel Larkin, and I'm an attorney with the firm Sams, Larkin, and Huff and Marietta, and I appreciate the chance to be here today. Thank you also for holding or continuing this case last month. I had a personal situation and was unable to attend. Well, we're kind of changing gears here. We're not talking about new developments and massive changes in the county and worrying about impacts on neighbors. What we're here today is to talk about some very personal interest of the Velazquez family, and I have Mr. Velazquez here, and I have his wife sitting right behind him, and his daughter, Haley. They live in the house that's the subject of this application, along with Mr. Velazquez's other daughter, Destiny. So we have 4 adult family members. Destiny is also married, and they have a small child. So we have 5 adults living in the house. Mr. Velazquez is a owner, he and his wife, of a business in Cobb County, a security business on Powers Ferry Road, and they've been in business for more than 15 years and continue to own and operate that business, not on this property. This is a residential property. We're not here talking about a business in a residential area. Last year, as their family grew, they started looking for a new home and located the subject property, which is a 4,500 square foot house, out on the very fringes of Cobb County. You can pretty much spit into Paulding County from it. It's that close. So with the 2 daughters and the stepson living in the house, and both daughters are in college, so they've got 5 adults, each with a car that they use on a daily basis. Mr. and Mrs. Velazquez, as I told you, are the owners of this security business on Powers Ferry Road. There, as part of their business, have company cars that they drive back and forth to work because they're on call. So that puts 7 cars in their driveway. Mr. Velazquez also has an additional sports car, hobby car. As I said, they moved from Paulding County, and they were not aware of any restriction on the number of cars that would park outside, but they did buy a nice large lot. It's zoned R30, but it's just under 2 acres, and it's surrounded by similar large tracts. And I have a photo here. Put that on the projector. This is a photo of the house. They spent lots and lots of money on it. It's a big upgrade to the area that's in transition. And as you can see, it's got a huge parking pad and plenty of room that they can park without violating other Cobb County provisions relating to parking not on a hardened surface. There's plenty of room to come and go on the driveway where they don't interfere with traffic in front of the property. They just don't meet the requirement that they not have more than 4 cars parked outside at night. And I don't know how many parking cases you get, but the ordinance has a mathematical formula based on the size of the house, where the wise drafters of it determined that there's plenty of house here to support 11 cars. But then there's an overriding provision that says for R30 zone properties, you can have a maximum of 4 outside. If it was zoned R40 or R80, you could have a maximum of 5 outside. This area is zoned R30, but all of the lots around it are R40 or bigger. Most of them, they're almost 2 acres. So the concern built into the ordinance kind of has breathing room for 1 more car. They're asking that they be allowed to park 6 cars outside for a limited land use period. They've spent substantial money buying this house and doing the move, and they're in the process of doing all of the landscaping and the other things associated with the move. They were not aware of that they were going to have to park additional cars in a garage. So they're in the process now of designing a big garage that will ultimately go at the back of the driveway. That's going to cost them, depending on who you talk to, anywhere from $40,000 to $80,000. They also have some site work to do in the back to prepare for that. So they're in the process of planning that and eating the cost of the move, if you will. At the same time, their 2 daughters are enrolled full-time students at KSU. One of them's headed to the FBI Academy, hopefully, and the young lady sitting here today hopes to be a dentist, an orthodontist. So they've got substantial outlays. So from their side, there's a significant relief that you could provide them if you would allow them this period of time. From the public side, you can see there's no opposition here today. This was generated by a code enforcement complaint, and I did an open records, and the complaint came from a gentleman who lives several miles away. And if you read the report for it, his concern was that multiple families had gone together to buy this house and use it kind of in a multifamily way. And we know that's not the case. So but we do have a technical violation. So we're asking for some additional time, 2 years, to allow him to solve the code problem, most likely by building this garage. He could dream that his daughters could solve the housing problem and move out, but that's not likely to happen soon while they're in school. So as far as concerns for the neighbors, you can see you could park enough there to park the Silver Comet Trail for that other gentleman. So there isn't really any interaction issue. The road in front of this, I think you've got 6 houses maybe, and you hit the Paulding County line. The houses are what I would call rural houses on large lots, and there's no straight setback line and no uniformity. So we don't have that neighborhood concern that this parking issue is intended to address. Across the street is actually a barbed wire fence and a huge federal compound for the CDC. So there's no real sense of neighborhood here that could be impacted by these cars. They're all modern cars with tags. They operate. He's got plenty of room, like I said, to park them back out of the right-of-way. So we would ask, and I have the family here to respond to any questions that you have, but I would ask that you find in your heart to give this family some additional time so that they can accommodate your code. I did learn yesterday, or I was able to confirm, there is one way they could accommodate your code right now, but I don't think Mrs. Velazquez would like it. Haven't talked. They could throw up, from my understanding, one of these metal carports out there on the driveway and park under that, and that would satisfy the code, but it doesn't satisfy them. They've made a substantial investment, and they want to build a nice garage. So we're happy to respond to any questions that you have, and I thank you. Did you all want to speak, or just be? Okay, they're able to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You may just want to stand there just a minute. This is in District 3, so I'll turn over to Commissioner District 4. So I'll turn over to Commissioner Massey to lead our discussion. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I actually don't have questions. I'm actually prepared to make a motion based on the information that you provided. So you can actually have a seat, Mr. Larkin. Thank you. And thank you for our communication. I don't have any major concerns about that. They have gotten sign off from all of their neighbors. I don't, though, feel comfortable with 24 months. I'd love to do 18 instead, to give the applicant time, 18 months to construct the garage. I appreciate you're not wanting to put the aluminum structure out there, because with that beautiful house, it would definitely diminish the value. It wouldn't give you the look and feel that you guys have invested in. So my motion would be to approve LUP 12 for 18 months, allowing them time to build their garage within that time, and then they should be in compliance.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin.
Yes, I would like to put that on consent, please.
Any discussion? Okay, call the question. Okay, and LUP 12, 2026 is recommended for approval on the consent agenda 5-0.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z25 of 2026. Elite Engineering requests a rezoning from GC and NS to NRC for a convenience store with fuel sales in land lot 296 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Due West Road, northwest of Lisa's Drive. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z25? So we got 2 opposed. Okay. Let the record show there's 2 opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name again for the record, and you may proceed with your comments.
All right. My name is Will Summey with Elite Engineering, and I'm here to represent the applicant with 3807 Due West Road. This property is already an existing convenience store and fuel cell station, and it intends to stay that same use and by the same owner. It's not changing hands in any way. The property is currently a split zoning lot of GC and NS, and what our rezoning case is to bring it into conformity with the NRC zoning, as GC is no longer even a code with the county. And this would allow for them to build a new building. That site's obviously, it's been in operation for a while and looks a bit older. So they would like to build a new building that looks nicer, you know, with the area and all, and try to bring it up. And so to do this, the lot needs to be in this new zoning that would allow them to create a new building. We've seen the staff comments and recommendations, and we accept all those and would address those through site plan review should this move forward to construction plans. At this time, I'm free to answer any questions that come up.
Okay. No additional comments, sir?
No additional comments at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may go ahead and have a seat. We'll bring up opposition. If you'd like to come up and share any comments, you'll have a total of 10 minutes of time shared between those that would like to speak.
Hi there.
Hi, good
Darren
morning.
Wells, and my comments will be brief.
Can you state your name again? I'm sorry.
Darren Wells.
Darren Wells. Okay, thank you, sir.
And this is a project that's been talked about. I think it's been looked at several times. Just general comments, really. I haven't seen what the plans of what they're planning to build in this place. But the road, the Due West Road right there, might be some of the, no, there's East Cobb. There might be some of the worst traffic you'll ever see. I think the speed limit's 45 miles an hour, and after 2 o'clock, it's moving at 2. Everyone in wonderful Paulding County filtering back forth, it's just jammed. You can't get in and out of the road. The Lisa's Road just down to the side here. If you're trying to make a left-hand turn, it can take you 10 minutes. It's a problem. And it's not their fault. It's just sort of the way it is now, and it's the way we've been built out. And I believe that road is a residential service road, not a commercial road. And as it stands now, some of the businesses, it's so impacted that they actually have to offload from the center lane and move things in and out, so that blocks it even further. My concerns with this really are just traffic. Depending on what's happening with this gas station, if we're talking in what I think of as the modern gas stations, the super bright, big things. You've got a residential neighborhood in the back there that my daughter happens to live in. You'll have light pollution issues. And again, not having seen the plan, I can't say whether how strongly I would object to it. I just want those issues to be taken into consideration as this thing moves forward. I mean, we're not anti-development, but I am, at this juncture, that piece of the road running into where the Due West cross, as my wife calls them, the doo-doo, it's a problem. It's almost like we've built it to the point where it just can't take anymore. So those are our concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, this is in District 1, so Commissioner Bloin, if you could lead our discussion on this.
Sure. And John, if I could bother you, that we did have a request for a gas station here several years ago. Can you just provide us the benefit of any recollection you have as to where we were last time?
Correct. That was about 2 or 3 years ago, Commissioner Bloin, and I think it was for the same exact thing.
Okay.
Same engineer, same applicant.
Did we make a recommendation at all?
That I don't recall.
Okay. All right. All right, very well. Let me get the applicant back up then for a moment. My understanding is you're just seeking to go from 4 to 5 pumps. Is that correct?
Yes, and the reason for the new canopy, honestly, is due to one of the DOT comments about wanting 50-foot of center line. You can see on the site plan, granting that 50-foot right-of-way from the center line dyers would go through the existing canopy, so therefore new canopies would need to be constructed anyway. And for this developer, their custom is it's 5 now, so they would seek to go up. I can also speak on your question to staff. That case was withdrawn a few years ago. The owner just decided not to pursue forward at that time, so we never made it to any type of hearing processes or received a recommendation. It was withdrawn.
This is a different owner at this time, or do you have the same owner, different owner?
Same owner, same owner. Nothing's changed on that end.
What do you intend to do with the back portion of the property, portion of the property furthest from Due West Road?
That would, as shown on the site plan, there's no intent for any type of impervious surface to be built back there in that construction. Now, due to updated standards since the first building was originally constructed and what we've seen from staff, there probably will be some sort of a water quality, either a detention pond or some other water quality devices necessary for this site now due to, like I said, new standards and the additional new impervious. So most likely there would be some kind of water quality device behind the back of the building that would be determined in plan review, but that would be the ideal spot for it based off the fact that the front of the lot's already impervious. It can't really go there unless we did some sort of underground, which would be unnecessary. So the back half would have no impervious, but probably some sort of water quality feature.
Would there be any other intended structures to go on here, or?
No other intended structures. The only intended structures would be new pumps in the new building. And there is also for the residential that is to the northwest and to the southwest behind, there is a 40-foot landscape buffer that has to be adhered to, and we'd have to adhere to any type of landscape requirements in the ordinance.
All right, any other questions for the applicant from?
I did want to just see if we could pull up the site plan. I think there is a site plan within the full analysis, and maybe you could just make sure that everyone can see that and we could speak to what the changes would be based on what exists today and what changes would be occurring in this new site plan.
Okay, so, you can hear me, but as exists today, there's a building and the fuel pumps. And, oh, you got my here. Perfect. Thank you. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes, so there is this existing building and existing fuel pumps and existing tanks currently, and all this sort of lighter gray area is the current existing pavement. So the plan would be that the tanks up here would stay as they're outside the new right-of-way line that is proposed here. But new pumps and a new building would be constructed here, and you would have new pavement that would allow for additional parking area. And then, like I said, this back half would remain vacant, probably some sort of water quality feature. I also have another drawing. This just removes the existing building and existing pumps up here to show just kind of what a final layout would look like once everything's removed. Pretty much the same, except they have the room to probably stripe some additional parking right here in the middle that, just to keep people from parking randomly, to have it all striped out on the feature. But so this would kind of be a final look at what they'd like to do.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You can have a seat at this time. My motion at this time is to hold this for 30 days or till the next month's calendar, just to work through landscaping issues, work with stormwater regarding the issues they note to make sure we've addressed those, come forward, hopefully with a recommendation in 30 days.
I second that motion.
We have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, and Z25, 2026 is recommended to, or is, I would say, held into our August Planning Commission meeting. All right, 11:36, what do you think? Let's go.
Okay.
Yes.
So currently, the next one on the docket is Campus Realty. They also have SLEP 7 at the bottom. I am not sure if we want to move them after lunch to pair it with SLEP 7 and maybe take one of the others first. Yeah. Is that okay, Mr. Moore? If we shift to you after? Okay.
I think as a board, we're fine with that decision. John, any comments or questions around? You understand what she's proposed?
So she wants
Commissioners?
to hear 26 and SLEP 7 after lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just together.
It would be possibly maybe continuing with LUP 14 as of now before, and then continuing with the rest after lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
LUP 14 of 2026, Stephen Van Ginkel requests a temporary land use permit to allow an increased capacity of a group home from 4 residents to 7 residents in land lot 159 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southwest corner of Walton Way and Rockin' Hill Drive. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 14, Stephen Van Ginkel? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? I think he may have went to lunch a little bit early, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay.
So we'll put that one back on hold. And
What about LUP 15?
all right. All right. So LUP 14, we're going to put on hold and call it later on. So LUP 15, Robert M. Manton requests a temporary land use permit to allow the utilization of an RV, fifth wheel, as a temporary residence in land lot 270 of the 20th district. The property is located at the western terminus of Carrington Court at the southeast intersection of Highway Road and Mars Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 15? And they may have went to lunch early too. Okay. Going back to Campus Realty?
Yes.
So we'll put that one on hold and call it after lunch, because this next case should be pretty quick.
I'm sorry, say that again. What's your recommendation, John?
Okay, and we're going to hear both these cases together and just make separate motions on them.
Okay.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z26 of 2026, Campus Realty Advisors LLC, requesting rezoning from OS to RRC for purpose-built student housing in land lots 363 and 430 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Chastain Center Boulevard, south of Chastain Road, together with the special land use permit number 7, which is also Campus Realty Advisors LLC, requesting a special land use permit for purpose-built student housing in land lot 363 and 430 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Chastain Center Boulevard, south of Chastain Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to the rezoning cases Z26 and SLUP 7? So we got 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. You may proceed, Mr. Moore.
Good morning again. Thank you, Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Campus Realty Advisors in this application for rezoning. The rezoning is to rezone 6.6 acres located on Chastain Center for a purpose-built student housing project on behalf of Campus Realty Advisors, who is a student housing developer, owner, and operator. And has projects here already in Cobb County, one specifically is in the city of Marietta at the Kennesaw State University South Campus. It's called The Beacon. They've done a fantastic job with that project, and it continues to be one that's been excellently managed and has been very, very successful. This project comes to you on Chastain Center. You can see where the property is located. Chastain Center intersects with Chastain Road and Town Park Drive at a signalized intersection. Currently zoned office services. This proposal would be to rezone it to RRC, like you see the property below it, as well as for a special land use permit, which is required in order to have purpose-built student housing. I want to go through now the site plan. I want to highlight a few items for you for Campus Realty Advisors for the property. Currently, the property, as you saw in the prior overhead, consists of 2 existing office buildings. Those office buildings are largely not being used any further at this location. The concept and proposal here would be to demolish those existing office buildings and build 2 student housing buildings as part of a student housing campus here, totaling a maximum of 588 beds. So sometimes we talk about units, sometimes we talk about beds, but I always feel like it's much better to talk about beds when you speak to purpose-built student housing. That's where the calculations in the ordinances kind of derive from. So for our purposes, it's a total of 588 student housing beds. Those would be in arrangements of 2 and 3 and 4 bedroom suites. Again, this is Campus Realty Advisors, so as the name suggests, they do build purpose-built student housing, which this would be. So those suites and those rooms and units are divided around a common area in each individual unit as part of student housing, meaning if I live there, my room locks, and then I have a common area and I share with other roommates. So just if you're not familiar with that arrangement, that's how those are handled as within the individual units, and you have suite mates and so forth. The overall development, this is a revised site plan. I just wanted to point out it was not picked up at the time when it was submitted, and then we did a further submitted a stipulation letter, but in the staff report it notes that there was a requested variance for an increase of the maximum allowable impervious area for the impervious surface area to go from the maximum of 70% to 80%. We learned at our initial staff meeting that the maximum was 70%, not 80%. And so we revised our plan and made some adjustments. So we are no longer seeking that variance, and we did so through this plan, which states that the maximum surface impervious area is 70%. So I just wanted to be clear to make sure that was stated, that is part of our plan here. In terms of overall student housing, some of the things that just to inform you of in terms of overall amenities. Amenities are a big part of purpose-built student housing. They're driven, designed, and focused on the student experience. So they're different from market rate multifamily or other types of multifamily or apartments or those types of living situations, in that all of the design and focus is on the student experience. So we pointed out where you have the amenity areas, courtyards, student design, open areas there, along with the pool. They have a fitness center, somewhat of the type of pool clubhouses designed as a feature of that. But importantly, you have a variety of student-focused study rooms and locations that are throughout. In addition, there is a rideshare, specifically designated rideshare location here as well. Also, an important component of purpose-built student housing is security. The number one audience for that is the parents of the kids and school-age kids that are living here, want to ensure that their children that are attending KSU are in a secure environment, and that's what Campus Realty Advisors does with their 24-hour surveillance, security. I pointed out where it's gated. There's some areas where that are not gated. That's only towards the front where you have the office functions and things like that, where some visitors could park. It's more limited. Then beyond that, it's gated with access only for those that live there. And that includes 24-hour camera surveillance. In addition, as staff noted in its recommendations and in ours. We are required and will be coordinating with local Cobb County law enforcement to have a security plan that's in coordination with them so that the numbers and the contacts and all of that is arranged through a specified plan that's also filed with Cobb County Community Development. Also for this location, it's not as familiar to some, and I really want to show you and focus on the location in context of where is the KSU campus. I've highlighted in blue in the middle. You see the OS Chastain Center Boulevard as it comes down. And then I've circled in red where the campus, KSU campus is located on the east side of I-75. Primarily, this is located adjacent to what I call the KSU athletic and intramural fields and area that is now part of KSU, including the stadium and other active athletic fields and facilities for KSU. And in fact, if you see, I have a little bubble where it comes up into the blue area where there's an existing office building. Campus Realty Advisors about 2 years ago came in for a rezoning and special land use permit for that building, adjacent, same exact location. It was before this planning commission went to the Board of Commissioners. It was actually on the consent agenda for approval because it was in such a good location. However, KSU at that point in time came in and notified us and alerted us that they were interested in purchasing that property for their use and did so. I mean, they came in and we had to withdraw. KSU purchased that building and now it's part of their campus and used as part of their offices and for their functions as well. So this property again stands that's before you is adjacent to the KSU campus and therefore is ideally located from that standpoint because you can see just how close it is. You don't have many properties that are even available for off-campus student housing that are adjacent to campus. This, in fact, is so. Also, we want to discuss the student housing need. Sometimes you've heard this, but I always think it's important when you have a proposal for student housing. Is there still a need, or is there a need, or what is the story with that? Right now, since 2022, there's been an increase of 8,100 students in terms of enrollment at KSU. 8,100 students increase since 2022. Right now, enrollment stands at just over 51,000 students at KSU. That's just today. Now, the total beds, 13,600 total beds, that's off-campus and on-campus student-designated beds, is 13,600 beds for that level of student enrollment. That's 27% of current enrollment. That's it. To give you some perspective, because I like perspective, a bed-to-student ratio of 50% is actually considered underserved for those that are in the student housing development market. They're looking at 50% as that's underserved. Something that's at 27% is woefully underserved for student housing. Even if this project is approved along with current approved project that is being built, we still wouldn't reach the 30% mark. So is there a need? Most definitely, most assuredly, there is a need. The proposal has been reviewed by Cobb County's professional staff. There is a recommendation for approval with staff conditions. We are in agreement with all of staff's conditions, including those by DOT, where we have a completed and accepted traffic study, as well as those that have been proffered by Cobb County Stormwater Management. We are in complete agreement with those as well. This project, as noted by your staff, is consistent with the future land use plan designation of this property being within a regional activity center and therefore would be appropriate for this location. Again, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Please note that we are not requesting a variance as to the impervious surface area. So just want to remind you of that again. Thank you again for your time, and we're available, both myself and representatives of Campus Realty Advisors are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. At this time, we can hear from our opposition. I believe we had two. There'll be a total of 10 minutes of time. Please plan to share that time accordingly. Please state your name for the record.
Karen Huck with Bells Ferry Civic Association. Good morning, Planning Commissioners. It's still morning here. My name is Karen Huck, again with Bells Ferry Civic, and we're here to give our input on this PBSH for Chastain Center Boulevard. First, we want to thank you for moving this important issue to the regular agenda from the consent agenda. We were very surprised that a development so consequential would be passed through to the Board of Commissioners without a public hearing. Our concerns is that this would set a precedent in the office business park to turn it into student housing. At the end of the year, when the rezonings are incorporated into the land use map, this will cause this area to be moved to a category that would make this much more likely. This would be a backdoor way to put student housing in a business park without actually planning where this student housing is going. Another question we have is, would this change affect the town center CID's tax digest, which depends on commercial development dollars rather than residential dollars? I've handed out a 2018 purpose-built student housing analysis, which was very informative, and they had quite a few recommendations that I don't think have been followed, and I don't really see why they weren't. One of them was that there needs to be an overlay district in which these student housing is put. They also request regulations to protect surrounding stable single-family residential subdivisions and communities. I don't think we have that. And it also recommends concentrating off-campus student housing closer to the KSU campus. Now, my issue with this, calling this is not close to the campus. This is close to a recreation center where they have the fields where they practice football, soccer, whatever. This is not near where you would take classes. So go ahead and put the map up. You can see where, right here is where they're talking about, and this is Chastain Road, so they would have to travel all the way down here to get actually to the campus. This over here, this is not where anybody would be taking any classes. And then if they don't do that, we have another way they could get to campus, which runs right in front of a townhome community, which has really not wanted to have all the traffic from students coming by them. And, you know, now they built an apartment complex right here, so they're going to have more traffic. And they also have Landmark is building a student housing, purpose-built student housing, and those will possibly go right in front of there too. And so if we're trying to protect residents who live in the area, this is not going to do that. We'd also like to point out that Chastain Road's in very poor condition. I was up here before when they were putting in those.
It's upside, hold on one. It's upside down to us.
Yeah,
You may visibly want to turn it 180 degrees. There we go. Okay, thank you very much.
You can see they put tar all down to fill in the cracks, but the road is in very bad condition. It needs to be repaved, and you can't see the lines on the road. And there's also no lighting on Chastain Road, so it's very dark at night. What?
Can we?
What street? Chastain Road.
Chastain Road, thank you so much. You can go ahead and continue. You have a little over 5 minutes left, if you.
Okay. Okay, that's about all I have to say, but I would just, you know, kind of want to reiterate that, you know, it's in this analysis that, you know, we need to have housing near the school, and to say it's near a school when it's just near playing fields is kind of disingenuous to say that. And this would virtually guarantee that these office suites and office business park would turn into student housing, and we just have real concerns about that. And maybe KSU ought to look at building more housing closer to them and just say there's nothing available. I just take umbrage with that. I mean, there is places available they could build, and maybe create a more walkable opportunity rather than all these children driving and driving and driving. So.
Thank you. Any additional comments? All right, thank you so much. You may have a seat. This is in District 2. I'll turn over to Commissioner Michaeletto to lead our discussion on this.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, would you mind stepping up?
That's perfect.
This will work.
Yes.
Just really quick, couple of things. I know it's existing office park, as you mentioned. With this new development, how do you anticipate handling stormwater?
Stormwater is actually handled, the building that's now owned by KSU, there is a detention pond located on that property, kind of right at the property line. That was it's a shared detention facility between the two properties. This property and the KSU property. Is where a shared detention facility is. So it will be, and this is noted by Stormwater in their comments as well. So that's where the detention is located. We'll still have to have water quality, which would be underground. But in addition, we'll have to make any necessary upgrades or retrofits and whatever's required to bring that up to current standards for stormwater purposes.
Okay. And then you mentioned this is 588 beds, and as you were describing it, my spidey senses went off. Are you guys renting this by the room, or are you renting this as apartments? So if I come to you with me and my 3 best friends, and I want to rent a 3-bedroom, are we able to rent the 3-bedroom, or are you going to throw a rando in there for the 4th room?
What you'll have is, it's rented by the room, by the bed. So each of you would have your own individual lease for your bed. And then if it's 3 of you, then presumably you'd find one of the 3-bedroom units. If not, you'd either be in a 4-bedroom where there would be somebody else that they would pair with you, but that's how that works in all of student housing. All of purpose-built student housing that's now built over the last recent vintage.
And that's how their Beacon property is rented?
Yes, by the
Down
bed.
by Marietta, okay.
Yes.
And then I know that the moratorium has just expired on student housing that recently has lifted. Have you guys had any conversations with KSU about placement or any shared utilities, like maybe the OWL bus or anything like that?
Yes, we have had extensive conversations with KSU that were born out of the opportunity that was there on the adjacent property.
Okay.
And then those have continued through to this property. So yes, we've had extensive conversations with them. And one of the conditions would be that we have to make sure those arrangements are made for the KSU transportation as well.
Okay. All right, so they are in support of this. And
Well, I don't.
Or not in support of, they are
think-
aware of.
Oh, they're very aware of it. I just don't want to take away because they're very sensitive about
I don't see KSU here to posit yes
one
or
way or
no
the
on
other.
that.
That's
Yes.
correct. I didn't want that to be mistaken that I was indicating they supported. We've had extensive conversations and they are very aware and have,
Okay.
they have stated no objection whatsoever.
Okay. So safety and marketing. Sorry, I had some notes written down. I just want to make sure that I'm answering all of them. Crud. So the neighboring office buildings across the way, do you
Yes.
have any insight as to the status of those? It was mentioned or was posited those might no longer be office buildings. Have you heard that? Or do you guys have any?
No, the owner of these properties is a common owner. And so those offices are being used. What the future holds, that's up to what the owner wants to do with them or ask for. I mean, they'd have to come through this process.
Okay. Those are really the questions that I have for right now. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Moore?
Go ahead, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thanks. Okay, Kevin, to start, was there any thought by the applicant given to doing more traditional 1- and 2-bedroom apartments versus this purpose-built student housing style development?
No, Campus Realty Advisors that's, as their name implies, they are purpose-built student housing. So that's what's proposed for here as opposed to having traditional market rate multifamily. Correct.
Okay. So Another project I'm familiar with, again, from having a son live in it, was Emery Point Apartments. I don't know if you're familiar with that, down near the, just directly across from the CDC on Briarcliff.
Okay.
I don't know if
I
you're
know where it
familiar with
is,
that one,
yes.
but, you know, again, it's a wrap around, you know, it's certainly possible to do 1 and 2 bedroom apartments wrapped around a parking deck or yeah.
Sure, it is in certain locations, that's correct.
Same amenities. So the idea behind the purpose built is to try to get to what, a lower price point, or?
Right, so
Help me
purpose-built
through
student. Sure, I'll do as best I can, but the idea is that purpose-built student housing is so that the goal and aim is that the residents of the buildings would be students. And so that's why all of the amenities, the way the rooms are set up, the way the leases are set up, the leases run for a school year, not a calendar year. So a lease runs from August to August, not a January through December. The idea is to focus housing for students. That's the entire goal. That's why you have student study rooms, and you have everything that's set up inside, the decor, the communication that you see that would be in the lobby of the building and so forth is all student directed. And I think it's especially important at a location like KSU because there aren't locations adjacent to, I'll call it the primary campus. What's adjacent to the primary campus is the Pine Tree neighborhood. And so, and especially important for KSU is to find dedicated student housing so that they're not utilizing single-family homes as their housing in single-family neighborhoods, which is taking place on a fairly large scale and continues to. So it's just a difference of location. Emory, far, far more urban, downtown Atlanta type of, even though it's not downtown Atlanta, but far more urban location where they may not need to have.
They're building a lot of
student-focused
high-rise. They're building a lot of mid-rise to high-rise there.
Yeah.
It's changed a lot.
Oh, it has. Oh, yeah. But that's the idea.
Can you tell me more about these study rooms? How many study rooms are there per bedroom, for example?
I can't tell you the exact number, but think of it in terms of you have dedicated, study rooms, and by study rooms, then they're available. So they have computers and those types of things and facilities for them to gather and study in groups or individually. So think of it like a fully amenitized, say a traditional market rate, multifamily, larger building. You might have business centers and conference rooms and dedicated kind of workspace that's used as an amenity for residents there. Similar thing happens here, except it's student designed and focused. Just as a kind of we've all seen those if you've been to something like that, and so think of it in those terms.
Okay. I noticed you were basically borrowing on whatever tree buffer exists on the RM12 property, and you weren't proposing any tree buffer whatsoever between this project and the RM12 on your property?
There'll be a landscape strip, yes, that's along that common border with the apartments, yes.
What, just grass or anything else?
Grass and trees. We're happy to plant trees there as well. Wish we would from a beautification standpoint, but from a commitment standpoint, we're happy to include a row of evergreens there.
Okay. You indicated that these office buildings are currently largely vacant. I don't know how old these satellite images or Google Earth or whatever are, but they show a lot of cars were there at some point. I was able just to pull up on my little Apple device here. It indicated that the Class A space in the Cumberland CID, supposedly there's only a 6 to 7% vacancy rate right now, but I wouldn't describe these buildings necessarily as being Class A.
I would not either.
So what's your understanding of the overall vacancy rates in this immediate area at this time?
I think this one's, is it vacant? Oh, isn't it vacant? There you go.
Across the 4 office buildings?
Excuse me, ma'am.
You have to come up.
Yeah, you'll have to come up to the podium to.
I just want to be able to answer them a lot more specifically for you. So if you
Has she been sworn in?
You can't just tell me.
Could you, yeah.
So our understanding of the owner's plan is that for those that are, like I said, these aren't just vacant, totally vacant buildings, the two that we're talking about, but they'll be moving and consolidating over to the other two office buildings. So, but they're not full by any stretch. It's just there's mixed vacancy percentage in both, and so he's going to consolidate that.
Okay. I was able to see where Kennesaw State's enrollment did continue to grow from 24 to 25 by about 3,600 students. It did indicate that 93.6% of Kennesaw State's students are in-state residents. So I don't have any figures. I don't know if you have those figures on what percentage of those live within, say, 15 miles of the school and either live at home or
We do not have access to that type of information.
because I remember hearing a couple of years ago that there was going to be some cliff where overall college enrollment was expected actually to drop in this country at some point. And I didn't know what Kennesaw State was putting out in terms of their projection, whether they anticipate continued growth in spite of that, because they're a state school and they're in Atlanta as opposed to in a state that's experiencing net out-migration. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that?
I'm not aware of anything that Kennesaw State has put out publicly in terms of projections about enrollment. I do know that if enrollment just stopped right now or even came down, we would still be at a severe shortage based on the number of beds both on and off campus.
You indicated they have this client of yours has another project nearby
Yes.
that's just like this. And what was the name of that again?
It's called the Beacon. If you're familiar with 41, where the Krispy Kreme is located across from Marietta Diner, it's right behind that. It's called the Beacon. It's done very well. It's in the city of Marietta and serves the Kennesaw State South Campus.
So would that be representative of what is intended here, or?
Very representative.
Okay.
It's two buildings as well, and very representative.
Okay, and that mostly is occupied by folks who are students on the South Campus of KSU then?
Primarily, there's some North Campus, but it's almost entirely South Campus, but there's some North because there's shuttle services that are available.
Any other variances still sought besides you said you're no longer seeking the variance on impervious, which I appreciate.
Yes.
Any other variances still sought here?
The only variance is due to the road classification. Chastain Center Boulevard, is a cul-de-sac road, and so it doesn't meet the classification. So there is a variance, as explained by staff, for purpose-built student housing to be located on a road other than a arterial or major collector. I believe that's did I get that right now? Right.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
I have one follow-up question on the strategy around the rental. By renting by the bed, are you better able to control the type of tenant? So you're not going to have a 7-year-old retiree mixed in with students? Is that something you can do based on?
It's,
I didn't know if that was the strategy behind it. It was really just a question.
No, it's okay. The strategy behind it is in terms of this purpose-built student housing model, is you want to deal directly with the student and their parents or parents or guardians, who typically are required to most of the time guarantee the lease as well. Also, if there is a lease on an individual basis like that, you can the control of that mechanism with the lease for if you're violating rules or need to be removed for what have you. It's a lot easier to do if you have a single lease with somebody for a bed for that room as well. And in addition, just the model overall has proven to be far better. So if you go to any campus that has student housing that certainly of any kind of recent vintage, they're all done in this manner, primarily.
Sorry, it's blowing my mind a little bit here that
Yeah,
you can just
I
rent a
understand.
room with a
I dealt
random
with it,
person
yeah.
in there, but, okay.
My girls in college that just got out, it was all individual leases, just like this.
Okay. All right, I'm learning
Yeah.
something new. Okay, at this time, I don't have any further questions. Anybody else? No. I'm ready to make a motion if you guys
thank
are
you.
ready to entertain. Do you have any other questions for anybody else before I do? Okay. At this time, I would like to move to approve with all staff recommendations, but I want to add a very specific stipulation.
Let's be sure to say that there's going to be two motions, so this one is for the rezoning for
Sorry.
Z26. Then there will be a vote and then a motion for the slow.
Okay.
So there's two different
And
motions.
can I make the same stipulations for both? I guess so, yeah.
You can,
Okay. So this will be for, I'd like to make a motion on Z26, the rezoning. I would like to move to approve the rezoning of this property to allow for purpose-built student housing and to allow them to repurpose the road or the access road in the variance that they've asked for. The stipulation I'm going to add to this and for hopefully any student housing is that all final review or all final approval should require a commissioner review and approval. So you need to meet with the commissioners before. We need to have their review of the safety and security plans, transportation review, marketing, and advertising plans specifically because this is targeting a university system student. Also would like to request that there's ongoing meetings with the university, and especially would like to have you presenting the above safety, security, and transportation plans and your marketing to ensure they are approving any use of logos or anything else that is specific to that university. And also for them to review and approve any university-owned items such as buses, bus stops, or shared security. And then also need to have ongoing coordination with Cobb County Police around security. That is my motion at this time. Oh, actually, I do want to add one more thing. I apologize. I would like to ensure that the landscape plan does include a buffer of physical planting, both trees and otherwise for sound and safety. Between
So
this
what
and
was
the
the
RM.
What was the very last tail end of what you said? That it would include-
The full landscape plan with trees and other plantings in that landscape buffer between this property and the RM 12 property adjacent.
Okay.
So really just sound and security.
I second that motion with conditions in tow.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Discussion.
Yep. So can you add some clarity? Because one large concern I have is we have RM12 immediately next door. And the original plan, as I saw it, didn't allow for any tree buffering here. So I think that would need a new plan to, are you willing to stipulate to a minimum width of a landscape buffer to be provided with any particular kind of trees?
Yeah, I am. I'm willing to stipulate that. I'm not sure what's currently shown. Do we have the site plan by chance? Could you pull up the site plan by chance just so we can look and see? So it looks like behind us, is there any description of what that dash line dimension is? I don't see anything. So if we can assume that's a parking spot, that looks like if a parking spot is 18 feet wide, it looks to be roughly 18 feet wide.
Other parking spots are typical. My understanding is parking spots tend to be about 9.5 feet wide and about 19 feet long.
Apologies, you're correct. So
I'm not
maybe that's 10.
However, I'm not the architect.
Yeah, I don't draw parking spots. That's what civil's for. Okay, so if we're going to guesstimate that that's maybe 10 foot that's showing now, roughly. Okay, so if we ask that that be increased to 15 feet to allow the plantings of trees and shrubs, does that sound sufficient? Okay. So I'll amend my stipulation on the last one to be inclusion of a 15-foot landscape buffer between this property and the abutting RM12 to allow for trees and other physical planting.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I just want to note, just as a comment, that I continue to have some concerns about the purpose-built student housing model for a reason that we cannot restrict who goes in them. And I just see that we're creating a possibility, if these aren't used by students, we're creating a possibility that we have a lot of interesting dynamics if they're no longer used by students.
Commissioner Masson, did you have anything for discussion?
I was just going to re-second the motion that was amended.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Call the question.
Call the question.
Okay. So it's recommended for approval, Z26, 2026, 5-0. We'll entertain another motion for SLUP 7.
I move to motion that we approve SLUP 7 for the use of purpose-built student housing with the incorporating all staff recommendations, plus the stipulation that was previously attached to C26, which was the final approval shall require commissional review and approval of the following: safety and security plans, transportation plan review, marketing and advertising plans, as well as meeting with the university to present the security, safety, and transportation plans to ensure availability of any university-owned items, such as buses, bus stops, and security. Also, ongoing coordination with Cobb County Police around security, and let's stick in the same 15-foot mandatory landscape buffer between the project and the RM12 abutting.
And are trees going to be required on that?
Yes, trees, pole planting, thank you.
Thank you. Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Floyd. Any discussion? Call the question. And SLUP 7, 2026 is recommended for approval. All right, with that said, we will go on a break for lunch. We'll return back here in 1 hour's time, I believe. So that will be, I would say 11, we'll just say 1:20, sorry. 1:20, we'll have about 3 other cases left after that time, I believe. So 2 or 3? 3. 2 cases left after that time. So thank you. We will break at this time. Good afternoon. We are back and we'll resume our July 7th Planning Commission zoning hearing. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to continue with our agenda.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is LUP 14 of 2026, Stephen Van Ginkel. Request a temporary land use permit to allow an increase in capacity of a group home from 4 residents to 7 residents in land lot 159 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southwest corner of Walton Way and Rockin' Hill Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 14? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, sir. If you please could state your name for the record, and you have a total of 10 minutes of any information you'd like to share about the application.
Yep, Stephen Van Ginkel.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, I'm pretty new to this. Excuse me. Yeah, I've owned several rental properties around Cobb County, and I watched a YouTube video about sober living homes, halfway houses, and I used to work at Georgia Tech, and I was involved with the veterans group. And, we've tried to, provide housing to homeless veterans, throughout the last about 10 years. And so I'm just looking in that direction. And whatever route we choose, we'd like to increase the occupancy. That house is almost 2,000 square feet. There's 2 bedrooms up front. Could be the room for 4 beds in the back. I think rather than 7, I think 6 would be a proper number for the occupancy, but might as well go for 7. And I think that's about all I need to say. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think you can stand there for just a minute. This is in District 4, so Commissioner Massey will lead our discussion. She may ask you questions, or she may ask you to have a seat, but
sure.
Please proceed, Commissioner Massey.
So just so that I have clarity, you are proposing to have a transitional facility, or is this permanent tenants that you're expecting to have?
It'd be transitional.
Transitional, and what's the transition time look like?
I would think it'd probably be about 6 months or less.
So 6 months per resident?
Yep.
So you're looking at how many total residences in the home?
That'd be 7.
7. And do you currently have a business permit or business license to operate this pad split situation?
I know, I haven't got that yet.
Okay, all right. And what you are asking us to do is to increase the number of unrelated adults and the number of vehicles, correct?
Yep.
So the number of adults that you're wanting to have is?
7.
7 adults. The house is about 1,800 square feet, which according to code requires how many? I think it's a max of 4 adults, correct, Mr. Peterson?
Well, that would be for if this was a single-family home. For a group home, it does not have the 390 max.
Okay, so it doesn't meet the requirements for a group home, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying group homes don't have the 390 square feet per person limit.
Okay.
It could be smaller than that.
It can be smaller than that, okay. And you have not applied for your business permit to date, correct?
No, I was going to do this step first and then move forward.
Gotcha, all right. Does anyone else have any questions of the applicant?
Have you done this operation model before? Do you have any other?
No, I haven't, but I work with people who have.
And do you have a management company that you've already started to talk to or work with, or some kind of guide rails for how this is going to go?
I've been working with GAR. They're the association that I would be licensed through, or that I'd be recommended through.
And you'd be licensed with them and then get your license with the state. So this is step 1, and then are you going to renovate the property as well?
Yep.
Are you going to add on to the property?
Nope.
Okay. And where will you put the additional cars?
I'd be in the driveway. I'd have to widen the driveway a little bit.
Anyone else have any questions of the applicant? Okay. Oh, Ms. Commissioner.
Well, just a question. I mean, so it sounds like you're in the, I'm scoping it out phase. Do you have any, plans as to how you're going to reconfigure the interior of the home? Where people are going to be? Are you going to have somebody in the residence that's monitoring or, coordinating?
Yeah, I have two ladies who would be the house managers, and they're ready to move in, pretty quickly, I think. And as far as reconfiguration, the front half of the house has 2 bedrooms that are already finished, and the back half of the house, the current configuration is that they added on this big breezeway, which would be like a big dining room area. And then behind that is 2 stories, which are approximately about 15 feet by about 30 feet. And I think 2 beds can go upstairs and 2 beds can go downstairs. And there would be no reconfiguration other than maybe some dividing walls to
So are you
cut those
two managers going to live in the residence?
Yeah, the way the sober
Is
living.
that included in the 7?
Yep.
So it's 5 beds plus your 2 managers? Is that what
Yep.
you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, is it possible for you to, if you were asked to draft this out, what it really looks like, and submit a more formal plan?
In regards to,
Even your application, we just have a verbal account here, and it would be more helpful to actually see what you're saying on paper. That's my perspective, at least. Is that possible?
yeah, I think the next step, I would talk to GAR and file my application with them. They require that you be part of their network to get people to transition through your house. And I could do the next 3 weeks. I could work with them to give me a definite plan of all the process moving forward. And yeah, but as for physicality, I think the house is almost ready to start accepting people.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Last couple questions. How many bathrooms? Do you have fire protection requirements based on the size and the number of occupants? I think there's a lot of questions.
Yeah, there's 2 bathrooms, and there's smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors, but there's no fire suppression sprinklers or anything like that.
All right, thank you so much. You can have a seat.
Okay, cool, thank you.
I'm prepared to make a motion I don't want to deny this application without giving the applicant an opportunity to look at what may be available for him in terms of planning and organization of this particular project. So what I would love to do is I make a motion to hold this case for 60 days to give the applicant an opportunity to flush out what it is he's trying to do with this project to ensure that he is able to apply for and receive all applicable licensing and inspections should we recommend approval after that time.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, we have a second from Commissioner Boyd. Sorry, any discussion?
Well, I totally agree with the motion, but I think you might want to add a little more specificity about what he needs to bring back, such as the questions he's been asked today.
I agree, thank you. So for the applicant, if you will, in 60 days, bring back the comprehensive plan of what it is that you're trying to do, the business license associated with the business, and the floor plan, the site plan of any of the current structure and any modifications to the structure proposed.
Plus your personnel staffing and your security measures that you might have in place.
Mr. Peterson?
And one more thing you may want to direct him to do is meet with the fire marshal, because if he goes above 3, he's going to be required to put in sprinklers and some other things that are, it's pretty expensive.
Okay, so in addition to that, adding the fire marshal inspection, so that, or coordination with fire inspection. And that will be my motion.
Is it feasible to have the permit by 2 months period?
think
Okay.
so.
All right, so you, in a sense, you've amended your motion?
I can amend it so that it makes sense. All right, starting over.
Well,
I make a-
it did make sense. I just, in a sense, we've added to the motion, so do we?
I'll just restate it.
Okay, restate it, and then we'll get a second on it, and then
All right.
have
All right,
additional
so
discussion.
the motion would be to hold or continue this LUP 14 for 60 days to allow the applicant to work with county staff, including fire and inspection, as well as any other applicable departments. It's also requiring the applicant to provide a site plan, so what the structure currently looks like now and what the proposed modifications will be. And safety, and we need a safety plan. So those will be the things that the applicant is required to bring back to us within 60 days' time. Safety and parking plan. And business licensing and permitting. Did I miss anything?
I believe you've restated it all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Any?
Still second.
Okay, we got another, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. Okay, and LUP 14, 2026 is held for 60 days per the motion, 5-0.
Okay. The last item on today's agenda is LEP 15 of 2026. Robert M. Manton requests a temporary land use permit to allow the utilization of an RV, which is a fifth wheel, as a temporary residence in land lot 270 of the 20th District. The property is located at the western terminus of Carringway Court at the southeast intersection of Highway Road and Mars Hill Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 15, Robert M. Manton? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Got one? Okay, the applicant is not present, Madam Chair and Board. There is one person here in opposition.
Okay, I'd like to hear the opposition since you've, spent your time here today. Since we don't have the applicant, we can go ahead. Have you already been sworn in? Okay, let's do that. Please get sworn in, and we'll allow you time to make your comments. We can't. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and share any comments you have. You have about 10 minutes total time if you'd like to use it.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nadine Rauch. I appreciate you hearing my objection to this land use permit. I reside at 5599 Carringway Court, directly adjacent to Mr. Manton's property. I'm here today to respectfully object to this land use permit application. First, I want to say I generally sympathize with Mr. Manton and his family's circumstances. However, zoning ordinances are designed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community. They must be applied consistently, regardless of the personal circumstances of any individual applicant. Approving this request would create an exception to the ordinance and establish a precedent for future requests. If one homeowner is permitted to live in an RV on a residential property, it becomes increasingly difficult to deny similar requests from others. The cumulative effect of these exceptions could fundamentally change the character of our neighborhoods and undermine the purpose of the county zoning regulations. My concerns extend beyond precedent. I'm also concerned about public safety. There are fire hazards that are, when you have an RV, they're very highly combustible. And being that my whole property in the backyard that is directly adjacent to where this RV would be is all pine straw, there's nothing but trees, pine straws, and wooden fences. So I'm very concerned about fire hazards as well. So I wanted to let you know as well, I did sign originally the non-objection form to Mr. Manton with false pretense. He did state that the RV, before I signed, that the RV was going to be behind the pool, away from my, pine straw and wood fence and everything else, and it would only be for 2 months. Not 24 months after looking at the application. And as I said, I am a Christian woman. I do feel for people who are in a bind, but 24 months, even up to 12 months, is just not feasible in my opinion. I wanted to also tell you that where the RV is proposed to be, there is a property dispute. There is a fence encroachment case that will be filed this week by my attorney. So that RV may be encroaching on my property that Mr. Manton will not, acknowledge as my property. So that also goes into this this decision for you all. So I do respectfully, ask that you do deny this request.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, this is District 1. Commissioner Boulogne, can you lead the discussion on this?
Certainly, thank you. Can you come on back up for just a minute so I can ask you a few questions? How long has this mobile home been out there?
He doesn't have a mobile home.
Or what is it, the trail RV?
He said he's proposing, he's been out of his house. He's had storm damage to his house since March of 2025. And he has, he's in litigation, I guess, in a federal case with State Farm now. And he states that he has no place to live, which as of right now, before my land survey was done, him and I were, we talked. We weren't best of friends, but we were civil towards each other. But as soon as my landscape project was underway and I got a land survey and, so anyways, he, to answer your question, there is no RV. He wants to put an RV on his property because he states he has nowhere to live.
Okay. Anyone else have questions?
So you said he has storm damage and he says he has no place to live. Is the property demolished?
No, it is not. But it does have, I would consider it, and I'm not an expert, but inhabitable. There is mold damage, so he has not been in that property, even though he does sleep over. He picks and chooses the days he wants to spend the night over. So I don't really know that update. I wish Mr. Manton would be here to answer that question for you, but I just cannot because I have not been in that house for probably about 2 months. He showed me a tour of it before I signed, and there was really there was no walls, and so it is uninhabitable. But I would recommend, as I said, if he wants to use an RV, there are a lot of RV camper sites and parks that are nearby that he could put that fifth wheel and live in, and that's only 10 minutes from where we live. So anyways.
Would you object to it being in the driveway?
Yes, I would. Okay. Yes, I would.
Thanks, you can have a seat. And the staff recommendation, John, was for denial, correct? And the reasons why?
We just felt like having an RV on the property it would take away from the neighborhood and be a distraction. And, we were aware that this house had storm damage for over a year. And, I didn't realize there was a lawsuit with this property, but it seemed like storm damage could be fixed a lot quicker than a year in a few months right now.
Okay. So I'm sympathetic to somebody who's in litigation, period, especially with an insurance company. And I've seen insurance companies sometimes treat people fairly unfairly, in my opinion, when they've had damage. But he's not here today, and Would love to ask him a bunch of questions and try to put a plan together, and we really can't do that without his presence. So my motion will be that, that we recommend denial without prejudice so that he could bring another variance case if he can put a plan together to get this thing repaired in a timely manner.
I second that.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion for LUT 15? Okay, call the question. Okay, and 5-0, we recommend denial for LUT 15, 2026. Without prejudice.
That completes your agenda.
We do have one other order of business. We have minutes from our last hearing and our work session that we need to approve or review, approve, discuss. I'll entertain a motion for approval on those.
I move to approve the minutes of the meeting and the work session.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, and 5-0, those minutes are approved. That concludes our July 7th zoning hearing. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.